you. This way, sir. Thank you, sir. All right. Middle seat, sir. Thank you. Followed by Dr. Fatima Bello. Dr. Fatima Bello, take your seat, man. Thank you. Thank you, man. Dr. Fatima will be followed by Controller Timi Bomoji, representing the Acting Controller of Customs. Thank you. Thank you, sir. In that order, we have Mr. Emmanuel Ekele, Principal Trade Promotion Officer, also take his seat. Thank you, Mr. Emmanuel. Right, thank you. Again, last but not the least, my DG, Dr. Chinyere Almona, FCA. Let's clap for her, please. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam DG. I don't want to describe her here yet, but let me just hold on. We'll have Engineer Felix Mbado. I'm told he's the director here at SON, representing the director of SON. Engineer Felix, thank you. Please come up stage. Thank you so much. Please let's clap for Engineer Felix. Our clapping is salvation. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You know, we are in Nigeria, and we know the peculiarities of environment. So we want to urge us to please take care of our properties, your phones, your pen, your iPad, your everything. Please don't just leave it on your table and you want to go to a restroom. Please hold it, because you might not know who is looking to pick your phone or your pen or your iPad or something. Please, let's keep our properties very safe. Thank you so much. I'll keep reminding us as the event goes on. We will start right away by having a welcome address by the President of Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, as I said, ably represented by the Deputy President, Mr. Gabriel Idausa. Your welcome address, sir. Sorry, Mr. Deputy President, I'll be bringing you up and down always. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The representative of the Nigerian Export Promotion Council, Mr. Ekele Emmanuel, representative and consultants to the Afcfta, Dr. Fatima Bello, and Mr. Felix Ngado, Director General, Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Distinguished guests, members of the press, on behalf of our President, Asiwaju, Dr. Michael Olawale, CON, who is in Abuja right now, and that's the only reason he's not here. I welcome you all to this workshop by the Afcfta. I would like to thank all of you for attending this session of preparing for trade and trade facilitation under the Afcfta. Your presence demonstrates the importance of the theme, operationalizing the Afcfta agreement for Nigerian businesses through e-commerce channels. Given the importance of the Afcfta, the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry is privileged to host a workshop which focuses on preparing the Nigerian business community on how to optimize the Afcfta, leveraging electronic commerce strategy. As you are aware, Afcfta seeks to create the largest free trade area in the world, measured by the number of countries participating. The pact connects over 1.3 billion people across 55 countries with a combined gross domestic product valued at $3.3 trillion. It has the potential to lift 30 million people out of extreme poverty. But achieving this full potential will depend on putting in place significant policy reforms and trade facilitation measures. And one of these is e-commerce. E-commerce is expanding rapidly in Africa, representing an important opportunity for accessing untapped regional, continental, and global markets, creating jobs and improving living standards. According to the World Internet Stats, the number of Internet users in Africa increased to 602 million in 2022 from 590 million in 2021, resulting in a 43% increase in Internet penetration. Compared to other regions in the world, Internet penetration in Africa is the lowest. Similarly, Africa accounted for the lowest contribution to global e-commerce sales. These statistics represent very interesting growth opportunities. To optimize the potential of Afcfta, there's no doubt that e-commerce is strategic. For this reason, this workshop must be of interest to all stakeholders, policymakers, regulators, government, the business community, and the rest of us. I'm proud of this program, and I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the partners, the donors, you, the participants, for their trust in our work on enhancing the capacity of the business community to harness the e-commerce channels for operationalizing the Afcfta agreements. I wish you success, and thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. Once again, please, let's clap. Let's give the Deputy President a round of applause. Thank you so much, sir. We have heard you and your speech. Welcome address, very brief and direct. We will have the first presentation. As you can see, we have 3 presentations today. We will go straight to the first one on e-commerce, the innovative market, access to intra-Africa export trade. This is to be handled by Mr. Ezra Yakasak, CEO, Nigeria Export Promotion Council, ably represented by Mr. Emmanuel Ekele. Mr. Emmanuel. Let's give him a round of applause, please. Thank you so much, sir.
Yes, once again, good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ekele Emmanuel from Nigerian Export Promotion Council. I'm standing in for my boss, Dr. Ezra Yakusa, who is unavailably absent. Our topic is digital marketing, a paradigm shift in global trade. Before I will start, I would like us to congratulate Africa. Yes, because AFTA is actually a trade pact. It is going to be, it's an ambitious trade pact that is meant to be the largest trade area in the world. As of August this month, we already have 55 African Union countries that have signed the agreement. We have 46 state parties that have taken part in AFTA. And it is estimated that 30 million people will be lifted out of extreme poverty. And we also know that it is estimated that $450 billion is actually the potential of Afcfta by the year 2035. That means a 7% gain in the trade. That's why I say let's congratulate ourselves. Let's clap for Africa. I also want to appreciate the people, the brain behind this initiative. Africa is going places by the grace of God. So let's have the slide. Digital marketing is a paradigm shift in global trade. Why is it a paradigm shift? Before now, as an exporter, one of the most difficult things to do in export business is getting foreign buyers. One of the most difficult things in doing export business is getting foreign buyers. The analog age, what do? You need to go to the market, maybe let's say in the market, if you have your product, or if the person is in Europe, you may have to travel there, right? Or you can locate embassies or trade houses. And that takes time. And that is not cost effective because you have to spend money in traveling and doing all those logistics. But thank God for digital technology, digital marketing. An exporter's darkest cloud can be cleared with a click of a mouse. That is digital technology. So, for our exporters, generally, in NEPC, before you venture into exports, I know I've seen some big shots here. I'm not talking to new exporters, but for the benefit of those that are online and those that are coming for the first time, I would just like to give us a brief of the requirements, all right? What you need to do before you venture into export. Because export is a process, it's not a transaction. Because every country has their entry requirements and they will not bend it because of you. So you are going global. It's not local trade. In local trade, you can just go to your farm, get the product or package it, you know, go to the market, you meet your buyer there, you negotiate, everybody smile home. In exports, every country has their entry requirements. So there are basic things you need to do, like you need to ask yourself some basic questions like, export is full of a lot of international protocol and client specification. So you are advised to get specification from your buyers before you source and package to meet specification, because if you don't do so and you export, it will be rejected and you pay heavily for it. You pay for them to destroy it there or to repatriate it back to Nigeria. So it is very key that before you start, you ask yourself basic questions. Am I ready to adhere to client specification and these international rules guiding exports? So we used to have this export readiness check where you go through all the criteria, certification, market, export marketing plan, and what have you. So at NEPC, what would we do? We promote exports. Basically, NEPC is the apex agent that promotes export. development and diversification of non-oil exports. There are 4 of them here, basically. Promote the development and diversification of Nigerian export trade, assist in promoting the development of export-related industries in Nigeria, spearhead the creation of exports, appropriate export incentives, actively articulate and promote the implementation of export policies and programs of the Nigerian government. What's our vision? We want to be sure that Nigerian products go global. We want to make the world a marketplace for Nigerian products. Our vision, spearhead the diversification of the Nigerian economy by expanding and increasing non-oil export for sustainable and inclusive growth. Let the share be evenly distributed across all sectors. That brings about sustainability. Our strategy, diversify the productive base of the Nigerian economy away from oil and foster market-oriented private sector-driven economy through market-oriented export product development. If you look at it, you notice that emphasis is laid on market orientation. Market orientation. Because it is not a local trade, you need to know where are the potential, where are the market potential for my product before you start. Where are the opportunities? Where are the trends that present the different opportunities for your product in the international market? So today's agenda, in order to facilitate your access to the international market, we want to migrate from the analog age where you have to spend time, and spend money traveling before you connect to your buyers. So our agenda today, what is digital marketing? Types of digital marketing, exploring digital marketing, boosting non-oil export through digital marketing, and then benefits of digital marketing. Now, the advent of digital technology, the power of digital technology can never be overemphasized. Like I said earlier, the darkest cloud of an exporter can disappear with a click of a mouse. That is only possible with the coming of web technologies. Digital technologies, digital marketing is actually supported by web technology. It's simple. The whole story is simple. We are saying that for you to sell your product, you don't need to go through stress of traveling or spending so much. That at the comfort of your house, you can connect to anybody in any part of the world. That is the whole essence of e-commerce, digital marketing. So what is digital marketing? Referred to as e-marketing, web marketing, online marketing, or social marketing. Digital marketing uses web-based technologies to build brands, scale business, and help companies create and satisfy customers' needs. Types of digital marketing. Search engine optimization. We all know SEO. You have a product. Let's say you are into fast-moving consumer goods. You have branded it. You have packaged it. You have labeled it, NAFDAC, and all. And you want to sell it. How do you sell it digitally? It's simple. All you need to do is to create your website. And then the search term you are going to be using, for instance, let's say you are into cashew nuts, packaged cashew nuts is a brand, you give it a name. And you expect that when visitors visit your website and they check, your search term should be such that it will rank highest on the portal. Because remember, you have competition. you have competition. There are so many exporters that are selling your product. So for you to be ranked highest, usually the aim is to rank you on the first page of the site. So if I am a buyer and I visit your site and I search exporters of packaged cashew nut from Nigeria, I should get your company product to rank between the first page. That is search engine optimization. Pay-per-click. Your product, you place adverts on websites such that when visitors click it, you pay the owners of that site by commission. And you only pay when they click and buy. That is pay-per-click. Social media marketing, we all know this day. Instagram, WhatsApp, Pinterest, LinkedIn page, can get buyers from there. Content marketing. Today, if you listen, you see that our young men and ladies, every day, they are on YouTube. What do you have to offer? What you have to offer is your content. For the exporters, your product, whether it is agro-commodity, manufactured good, or semi-manufactured. Those are the content you have. You can do videos and place them online. You can have a YouTube channel and be advertising yourself. Email marketing. You need to do one of the export readiness elements or checks is your ability to communicate effectively to a large number of people within a very short time. Email marketing takes care of that on your site. Massive email campaign takes care of connecting you with buyers within split seconds. Mobile marketing, your phones, your phone, handset, devices, they are smartphones. They can do a lot. Smartphones, they do whatever a computer can do. It can do it even faster because it's portable. On the move, as you are going anywhere, you can connect with your buyers. I tell us a story. Somebody walked to my office 4 months ago looking for a buyer of hibiscus. He has paid money to a number of consultants before he came, and they didn't deliver. I said earlier that getting buyer is the most difficult thing to do in exports. So he sat down and I quickly went through an e-commerce site. I connected him with a buyer. I called the buyer right then and there in my desk. The guy picked. We had conversation. And 2 weeks later, he flew down to Nigeria. Lo and behold, he's a Yoruba chap. He's sourcing hibiscus for a Spanish company based in the US and some other spice. So you can see that with the power of digital technology, if I was to go through normal analog method, going to the airport, you can imagine what it will look like. But within split second, I contacted him, and luckily, it was a very viable business. So the importance of digital technology in today's world can never be overemphasized. And we are saying in NEPC that you should plug in and tap. Do you know that with the power of digital technology, you don't need to, you don't even need NEPC to get buyers for you. You can get them on your own. Marketing analytics, yes. It involves you carrying out a study a survey of market performance, and then you use a report to take decisions that will determine customers' reaction. What is driving the market? So you improve on it to increase your visibility, your brand on your site, thereby giving you more traffic. Global trend in digital marketing. 93% of online interactions start with a search engine, Google. Apart from electricity, what do you think is the greatest invention by man? Huh? Is what? I can't hear you, sir. Is the internet. Just think of it. Think of any problem. Google it. Just Google it. But your result is a function of the terms, the phrase, or the sentence you put in quotation for Google to search. 72% of online marketers consider high quality content creation as the most effective SEO tactic. Yes, because it goes viral easily. It goes viral easily. Today we are talking about, if you are watching, if you are conversant with what is happening, all eye on judiciary. Do you know how long? Within split second is everywhere. So imagine that you have your product and you deploy that method. Do a video, post it. You may not be able to take in the number of leads or requests that will come for you. In 2018, at least 281 billion emails were sent and received each day online. 281 billion. There are 3.2 billion social media users every day. 98% of sales reps are reaching their quotas through social selling. Africa trend in digital marketing. In Africa, SMEs, just by their share numbers, have remained the highest good contributors to the economy. 96, this is statistics. 96% of business in Nigeria are contributing for 48% to GDP and 84% of employment, according to the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics. While representing more than 98% of business in South Africa, contributing 39% to GDP and accounting for 50 to 60% of the nation's employment, according to McKinsey. These are facts that can be checked. Africa trend in digital economy. Homegrown platforms represent more than 80% of the total in operation, but sale of usage data suggests foreign platform capturing market activity. That is because Africa, our tech is still growing. Our tech is still growing. $15 platforms expanded into additional countries. Average monthly users per platform is 92,000, and you can go on and on. Nigeria trend in digital marketing. The pandemic has prompted many users to try new ways of consuming content and shopping. We expect this consumption shift to outlast the pandemic, as they are an acceleration of behaviors that started emerging pre-pandemic. We even have some pastors now, today, that are making over 3 million naira every day, every morning, because of pandemic. During the pandemic, people were afraid. In fact, the pandemic brought something good. People were afraid to go out, to even go to churches. I remember some pastors were sending their account details over the internet for people that are not in the church. to do offering. But some other pastors, you know, in Nigeria, we have like 3 different types of pastors. We have the spiritual one, the economic one, and the what? The social pastors, right? Please correct me if I'm wrong. The pandemic was able to create some kind of trend where you do things online without coming out. That pastor, he makes 3 million naira, Pastor Eze, every day on YouTube, every morning on YouTube, because of the incidents of pandemic. To illustrate this, Marx's survey of Nigeria consumers during the pandemic shows that 46% of respondents tried a new digital shopping method since the start of the pandemic, leading to a growth in consumer shopping online of 30% to 65%, depending on the category of items purchased. Boosting non-oil export through digital marketing. What have we done at NEPC? We have launched the Amazon warehouse in Lagos. That was in 2021. 400 SMEs trained on how to sell on Amazon in the US. This initiative grants them access to the US market. It has never been so before. Ease the burden of logistics, storage, air freighting, and market access for our SME exporters. We have partnered with NITDA on utilizing digital marketing to facilitate non-oil export access through provision of free.ng domain and web hosting for 1 year for our exporters, creation of website and social media platforms for participants, practical session on the use of Google My Business. You know, you can actually list your business profile on Google free of charge. I hope you know that. I hope you know that. You don't need to pay. And you will get visibility free of charge. And your search term will be such that when they check, your company profile will come out first page. Verification of participants, okay. Training on payment gateway integration and acceptance of payment online. CBN, at the point, they stopped it, but I think it's back again. You can't buy anything online with your card, bank card. But I think they have opened it up again. I was trying to buy some stuff from AliExpress, mini imports, and they blocked it. I was so angry. I started looking for options. In today's world, you can't stop technology, especially the youths. You can't stop us. There are some here. A time is coming. Technology will take over government. Look at what is happening now. Imagine the election tribunal, the chaos right now. It is as a result of what? Introduction of digital technology, IREV. It's digital. No matter how you want to commit fraud, to an extent is transparent and fast, and there is redundancy. There is a backup somewhere that you are not aware of. So if you kill this, they will go to backup. They will bring multiple of backups for you. How are you going to deny it? A time is coming. We are even talking about digital economy, isn't it? Yes. We don't have much time, so let me. What's happening? No, it never reached. Security measures and online protection of products and services. Yes. The use of Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and other social media platforms for advertising, we have talked about it. The use of chatbot integration on the web. Chatbot is such that it's automated. It takes in question, right? If you want to buy a product, you go through the specification, you feed it with the specification, and then it gives you a reply before you can order your product. How to become how to become a digital marketer as an exporter. You need to have these skills within your fingertips. Set clear goals. Find your focus. Register your business. Get yourself online. Go social. Networking. Partnership. Become vastly experienced in critical aspects of digital marketing. Generate quality leads. Conversion process. Quality leads. Leads come from the number of people that visit your sites. You create a funnel on your site to generate leads, trade leads in your own case, trade leads. I used to get trade leads on a daily basis from Alibaba with my phone. The day I made mistake and connected it to my laptop, they cut me off because the leads that come from there are fee paying. It's not free. But because I was using my phone, it's like they didn't recognize my IP address as something that is consuming to them. So the day I made mistake and connected to they just cut it. And I've been crying since then. But I'm looking for a way to connect back. Benefits of digital marketing. It provides a vital platform for ongoing engagement with customers. It helps SMEs scale up their business by facilitating their growth and the expansion of their current capacity. Because it's very fast. It's very fast. Very, very fast. You can reach out to multiple number of people in a very short time. It facilitates market access, yes. It offers greater market accessibility and the ability to cultivate strategic partnerships and relationships with customers and suppliers, then generate faster revenues. I didn't feel like going, but I have to. I wanted to say something else, but I have to. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Your phone, your pen. Yes. Again, let me reemphasize that you need to keep your phones. You need to keep your personal properties as you are seated. Very important. Thank you so much, Mr. Emmanuel. You are leaving your seat. You like to, your seat is sit there for you. Thank you so much, Mr. Emmanuel. We'll have 5 minutes question and answers. I believe you may have 1 or 2 clarifications or additions you want to add to what he had said. I will call on the Director of Research and Advocacy, SCCI, to coordinate this 5 minutes so that we can move into the tea break. Mr. Tony Moye. Let's clap for the Director of Research and Advocacy. So, if you have your question, a show of hands, he'll give you the platform to ask.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Like he just stated, if you have any particular questions, you can indicate by a show of the hands. I've seen about 2 to the left of the hall. Meanwhile, I'd like to thank the earlier speaker for enumerating the huge benefits in digital marketing. Internet is wonderful. Like he did say, that one of the best creations, apart from the human race or living being, is the internet. There is no other platform that can bring people in terms of number and in terms of quantity and in terms of quality like the internet. Trade is one of the best phenomena of living. It helps us to increase our pocket size. So the hands again, please. It's 5 minutes. Okay.
Hello, my name is Olawede. I'm a farmer. Thanks, Mr. Emmanuel, for the presentation. It's just a curious question. Your friend, the Yoruba man, it appears you only use the solution, not an online trade, because you said he flew over. What was the reason why he had to fly over, and why didn't he transact online? Thank you.
Okay, you note that question. Let's take the second one.
My name is Stella. I'm a stakeholder. Let me just put it that way. My question is on the requirements for exports. You know, you were talking about some requirements and you didn't quite elaborate on them. You specifically mentioned knowing specifics of a particular country you want to export your product to. I want to know more about that because I know that that is not the only requirement for export. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Noted. Okay. Thanks.
Yeah, my question is okay. My name is Sada Ladembeki. I happen to be the chair of LCCI Export Group and also NASIMO. NEPC, I would like you to really address us because most of what you said actually is for the gallery, because there was no one time you did not mention the role of the various chambers and the interest groups. I would like you to address that. I'm saying this because you mentioned Alibaba and some of these places. Alibaba, they went through the grill for them to be accepted as a place where you can go and search and the connectivity. So what are you doing to that effect to create Alibabas in Nigeria? That's your role. Okay? Because you didn't mention that. So you want Alibaba from China to come and set up in Nigeria to do the Afcfta, and we say no. So, no, let me finish. Don't be protective. That is one. Two, I would like you to also address the issue of security. Look, you are here in Nigeria. Well, there are so many of us that have traveled. Once you say that you are going to import goods from Nigeria and what have you, they will start asking you about questions about confidence. How are we sure our goods have been safe? If my money goes out, how do I get it back? Have you taken some of these measures into account? Now, I'm asking this because Nigerians have been hit several times. With this now, some guys will come up with their websites and what have you, and ask for deposits to be made. How do you ensure that traders or exporters are protected? What are you doing about patent names, registration? How do you protect people? Guys will float websites and do all sorts of things. What is the protection? Who do we fall back on if somebody forges our thing? Lastly, I would like to hear from you, NEPC. What are you doing to enable, empower all these stakeholders, key critical stakeholders, like the chambers, the associations, and so on, for them to see, go and see what is happening in other places. Don't rush. All right, because if we rush, we are going to crash. Nigerians have, we have had a lot of bad names about all these check kiting, 419. How did it come about? NEPC, you have to sit down with other regulators to come, because many of us here are first-time starters. Now, we need that kind of confidence that, yes, if I float my thing and they tell me, pay deposits, do this, do that, there is a fallback option. And the embassies, we just came back from several trade regulations. In fact, they are saying through the same e-commerce that there is destination inspection, and that's where customs have to say something in their country, not from Nigeria. You want to export to country A, they say the inspection will not be done from Nigeria. It will be in that country. So you are already dead on arrival. Whatever you do there, they will just tell you it is condemned. And what can you do? So I want you to look into some of these things. Yes, the e-commerce is good, but what are the safeguards?
Thank you so much. Okay, let's just take this in about a few seconds.
Thank you, sir. Our youths, thank you very much. I'm also youth inside here. I want to see our brother that asked you why the guy need to fly into Nigeria. In Flam's group, he would guide for about 7 years. Only once, somebody called me from US on phone. He spoke for about 30 minutes. I dropped. He's buying some more. After dropping the phone, he paid cash in advance. But mostly, they must fly into our factory to see what we are doing. So why? Because of who you are, your image. For over 20 years, and we are the fraud, we are still on, we have not changed. So they will see you flying in. For my question now, Amazon warehouse in Ajao, is it right? 2021. Can you tell us how many those SMEs, their numbers, what have they done between that time and now? That will challenge some of our SMEs.
Thank you. Thank you. Last question.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and good morning, sir. My name is Ola Oladimeji from Nigerian Association of Small-Scale Industrialists, NASI. Please just pardon me for this, my question. Some of us are like the Thomases. We heard eloquently about the benefits, but probably my expectation also was to hear you talk about some challenges of digital marketing, if at all there are, so that we know how to guide our thoughts towards them. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't give the microphone to the women.
Thank you. I think we have all asked very good questions. My questions are: one, e-commerce is very good. My name is Efe Hussein. I'm the president of the Women in Export. E-commerce is very great. However, e-commerce will not transport the product after purchases have been done. In Nigeria today, the cost of transporting your project is almost equal to the cost of the product or even more. In this country that we were subsidizing import, what stops us from subsidizing export? If we really want to do this export, there are some very practical things as a country we must start looking at doing. Secondly, we talked about the sites that we were encouraging, which is also good. We should all go right? But then, like someone mentioned on the table, why do we have to wait for other people's standard? I want to sell cashew nut. I just came into an export and I'm asking my fellow person, please, how much is cashew nut? Because I don't have anywhere to go to look for the price. There is no standard. I would expect as a new person into the sector that if I go to any APC site, I would see price. I can see price to say, oh, this is the international market price. It is one of the major challenges we have because there is no way of determining price. So we go to the Alibabas of this world. And like he rightly said, Alibaba will not grade your product as A, no matter how quality it is. And we know that in this country, there are people that are producing really good quality product that can match anywhere in the world. But we leave our grading, our inspection, or whatever it is, our standard to them to determine How can it help us grow this export? These are fundamentals that we need to address. And being where you are, NAPC, you really need to pay attention to it, or else we will dance around this mountain for longer. Please, thank you.
Thank you so much. Tony.
Yeah, Oga NEPC, I do not envy you.
Okay, we have a number of questions here. If I am to go through it, we may spill over to the next this thing. So I'm going to drop my number. I'll answer some, and I'll drop my contact. WhatsApp. No. WhatsApp. I should answer. I should go ahead. Now, the first question here is, okay, I talked about the chap that I brought from through the e-commerce to fly down. He flew down because he has a third-party company there. He is a Nigerian, right? And he's importing to himself. But like my brother said earlier, you know, quality is at the heart of exports. Quality is at the heart of export. If you get the documentation right and your quality is bad, your product will be rejected. We have a bad image in the international community already. You know that, and I know that. See, most of these buyers, they are looking for consistency. They are looking for somebody that they can loan some credibility to do business with. Being a Nigerian, he knows his people. He has to fly down to confirm the quality. Where is this thing coming from? When you see the places where some of our products come from, you not want to test it. We do quality checks. We do company visit for export readiness, export development activities. We visit your company. What is your standard operational procedure like? Do you have third-party lab in your company, or do you have a lab in your company, or you are doing it third party? Quality measures must be put in place. So he's flying down is just to confirm that, oh, yes, this product is coming from blah, blah, blah. Because in export, actually, there's what is known as traceability, vertical and horizontal traceability. If I sell a product to you in UK, if he wasn't a Nigerian, he would do it based on risk. Yes, that is the truth. There is no business you can do without risk. In fact, before you were born, somebody is trying to kill you. The world is a risky place. So it's business. If you are not ready to risk it, then go and sleep. However, there are measures you can put in place even when you are trading online. Somebody said security. Yes. Guys are very smart. They can clone a website that will behave exactly and even better than the original website. But how do you know? On the hypertext transfer protocol, right? The URL. If there is no S after those double columns, run away. That site is cloned. Did you get that? If you're on any website, on the hypertext transfer protocol, that S there stands for what? Security feature. If it is not there, don't use your card. Don't trade there. I should mention the trade related agencies beside e-commerce. Of course, NEPC, we do a lot of collaboration, right? We work with NASIMA, MAN, Manufacturing Association of Nigeria, SON, NAFDAC, Quarantine, and all the pre-shipment agencies. It's a network. We bring them in because your product must meet specification. and you have business, depending on the product you are exporting, you have business with all these agencies. If, for instance, you are doing agro-commodity, NAFDAC will give you permit to export raw commodity. They are not doing tests. They are not doing analysis for you because you are not processing it. But if you touch, the day you touch it, let's say cashew nut, you source raw cashew nut, you on shell, you bring the kernel, you process, you spice it, you package, you have a lot of business to do with NAFDAC and quarantine. If you are dealing with agro-commodity, primary commodity, quarantine will give you phytosanitary certificates. So there are a number of agencies that you have to deal with depending on your product. So when you come to NEPC, we tell you, okay, product A, you go here, do this certification, get this, FDA, get this, NAFDAC, get it from NAFDAC, SON, MANCAP, like that. We work together. We work together. I've talked about the issue of security. How do you protect exporters? On our websites, we have one of the services that we render for exporters, matchmaking exporters with potential foreign buyers. There are 8 services on our sites. The last one is matchmaking exporters. When you click it, it takes you straight to about 6 B2B trade sites. Europages is there, Panjuvi is there, I think Global Online is there. About 6 of them. When you log on, you see it. Now, when you click on those icons, they take you straight to the B2B trade sites. Like the one I talked about, I got a buyer from, is Europages actually. Europages is a free e-commerce site. You don't pay. You advertise, you put your company profile there. Buyers and sellers is a platform, buyers and sellers meet there. That one is free. But the others, the other 5, most of them have both accounts, a fee paying and a free account. You get more trade leads from the fee paying than from the fee free account. So NEPC have registered, have already paid for those B2B trade sites. So when you want to export, what is the security in it? Like I said earlier, it is an e-commerce thing. The first thing you need to do is to check out the hypertext transfer protocol, whether there's security feature on that double column. If it is not there, run away. Number 2, when you have engaged in the export, before you export, you have to do an export contract. It starts with an export, a letter of intent. It migrates to an offer, then a standard export contract. On the export contract, you must, whether it will happen or not, you must list all the elements of a contract. Arbitration, legal issues, force majeure. These are security features that mitigate payment risk. When you sell and a buyer is not paying you, you need to put those clauses. By International Chamber of Commerce, those things have provisions. If you come to NEPC and you have issues, what do? We refer you. If you go through the normal procedure of opening NXP, fine, we'll admit you in. And then, we'll refer you to Shippers Council. In Shippers Council, they are the ones actually that protect exporters. That is their basic mandate. They protect exporters. So they have a fund, cargo defense fund. A provision has been made for it. You follow up with a lawyer and all the blah, blah, blah. They get your fund for you. I've talked about payment issues, protection of exporters. Somebody asked a question on Amazon. Well, The progress that I do not know here, because it was all coordinated in our headquarters, but I can get back to you on that. That's why I said I will drop my number.
That's fine.
Any information at all. See, my phone has all the database of the basic information that you need in the expert. I'll send it to you quickly if I have it. I'll assure you of that. So for Amazon, I'm sure some people have actually traded, but there are challenges. There are challenges.
Okay.
There are challenges.
Mr. Emmanuel, I think we should do it this way because of time. You have promised to drop your number, and I believe that number, somebody can call you, can send you a WhatsApp. I will appreciate you drop the number with our media guys. They will display it on the screen so that people can copy. I know if you are to speak into all of that, you will go into our tea break, the networking, and the next one. So thank you so much. Please give your number to the man on suit. It will be displayed on the screen. Thank you so much. Sorry, we just have to allow him go because of our time. We are supposed to be going for a tea break now. And you know that is very important. It's when you have the strength inside, you can have the one outside. Those people, my sister there are laughing because they can connect very well with what I've said. We had in our midst, while our brother was trying to answer the question, we had one of our leaders walked in, Mrs. Olubunmi Victoria Obadino, chairperson, the marketing committee for the Lagos International Trade Fair of the HCCI. Madam, you are welcome, ma. Thank you so much. As I said, we need to move very fast. We will go for a tea break. This is about few minutes after 11. We are to be back by 11:30. You have just at the back of the hall towards my left-hand side now at the back, we have the tea table there. We'll go for the tea break and be back in about 20 minutes so that we go into the second presentation. I trust you want to be present for the second presentation because it promises to be, a bang. Thank you so much. Let's go for our tea break. We'll be back by 11:30. Thank you.
Outlets called KO Lifestyle, where we showcase the products that we make in the factory. In the BK3 Garment Factory, we actually produce for fashion entrepreneurs as well who want to start their own fashion business or they want to expand it without really having to go through the process, the stress, or the capacity of having a brick and mortar space or dealing with tailors. So we do all the heavy lifting and they just focus on creating designs, marketing, and selling. We also produce t-shirts, uniforms, overalls for companies, and we do a lot of things in the garment production factory, including printing. Okay, so a couple of years, as a matter of fact, during the pandemic was when the idea to start our garment production factory started. I've been in the fashion business for 7-8 years now, and we used to sell, of course, one-on-one, and sometimes people will come and buy in bulk while they go to sell. And during the pandemic, the cost of importing was impossible. The dollar rate went up as well. People started looking inward. And a lot of people would call during the pandemic and say, I want to start my own fashion business. I want to do this. And we had a small capacity there. We decided to expand on the project that we have and have a proper garment production factory where we can now mass produce in large quantity for companies. All right, so about challenges, I'll say that every business, of course, faces challenges, but I think one of the biggest challenges I've faced is manpower, is getting the right staff to do the work. A lot of people want to live the good life like the social media these days, but a lot of people don't want to do the work.
how can they come back to business? And then we only have 2 spinning factories that are operational in Nigeria, one up north and one in Lagos. That's not enough if you want to grow a textile industry. So we have to revive some other spinning companies that shut down. And then on textile companies, these are the fabric manufacturers. A lot of them are actually shut down. So how can they come back? Right? How can they be revived? So that's another thing that has to be done there. And then the garment manufacturing, which is where we're playing a role, is how can that be solved? I mean, one big thing is we have to solve for efficiency, and the entire industry has to solve for efficiency. So once we get the efficiency done, I believe that we can eventually solve every single part of that value chain and grow the industry. I do believe that if things are done the right way with the right policies, the right players, in 5 to 10 years, we can be a powerhouse for textiles in Africa, and we can start inching to global domination if we do a good job, but it has to be done. The implementation of these policies has to be done very well. The good news with 100% local supply chain is that your products tend to be cheaper than imported products, and better and faster. So fortunately for us, we have not had any issues with sales. We have way more demand than we can supply. So that's why the state of the textile industry is actually, it's damaging the potential of what we could do. We could create thousands of jobs and make more products. We can power import substitution. Because the demand is there, and the supply and the value chain is there. We just have to work on the supply to make sure we can meet that demand. So we do not have a problem with selling. We have more demand than we do. So our supply capacity is about 213,000 t-shirts per month. And we can easily grow that to about 700,000 with just one production line. So that's all. To purchase our Mero t-shirt, use the TOEFL link on the screen. My name is Chekwa Sokafo. I'm the producer of Mero t-shirt. I'm a Nigerian and I'm an African.
I'm a farmer, a processor, and an exporter. As a farmer, we plant plantain, we plant cassava, we plant ginger, we plant turmeric. Our farm is located at Owode-Egba in Ogun State, Nigeria. We own a 6-acre farmland, and that's where we produce from. The story came again from then the federal government, because of the issues they were having in oil sector, were now trying to talk to people to go into agriculture. So I now just said, okay, this presents an opportunity. And meanwhile, part of the story that I left, when that money is donated to the land of Israel, they're going to use it for farming so that they can do so many things, because they buy a lot of hardware and co. So that was what. So apparently, maybe that thing was the one that brought the issue of farming, because they actually gave me a plot of land. I have the chart, I have the document. So it was just like that. So that's why for me, my story is inspirational. And so it was like, what are you going to plant? I looked at it, I wasn't going to go into too much of trouble. So I said, plantain. Once you plant plantain, it reproduces itself. So just keep cutting and it grows back and go. So I did that. And I'm like, later I will go into processing of plantain flour. And as God will also work things out, that year 2019, November, December, Lagos State, I'm a member of Lagos State MSME program. We do fair every year. So they were going to plan one for that. I joined them while I was doing dry cleaning. But my ultimate goal was to go into agriculture. So I had secured my space so that every year they can invite me. So that year, when I did that one, I'm like, I can't start with just one product. So I looked at it again. Already I'm doing ginger. So that November, that was how I started with 12 products. And as of today, we have over 40 products. Somebody will ask me, what are you doing with all those products? Not because of, but it's to demonstrate that we can do any product that you're looking for, since I have my facility. So anywhere in the world, if you need spices, flour, tea, whatever blend you want, how you want it, the quantity you want it, the package you want it, we can tailor it to your needs. As a producer in Nigeria, let me first say, most businesses will tell you funding is their issue. But you see, funding is not the first one, but along the line, when you have grown a bit, funding will be a major issue. But however, if we do not lose hope, an entrepreneurial spirit does not lose hope, because we are still looking at better days ahead. I'm a kind of an entrepreneur that has a spirit that everything that is challenged has its solution by the side. If you look closely, if you listen and you do your own research. So for me, let me start with the finance that I talked about. There are so many things that are wasted even within your environment in your house. You can turn them to money, you see some money. So instead of going to the bank, for instance, to look for working capital, is there anything I can turn to money that I have kept somewhere? Then two, you can join cooperative. In your cooperative, it's not as tedious as the bank. By putting 20,000, 30,000 together every month, that after 6 months, you can ask for ×2 of your money. That's money you can use as working capital. If you now need to buy a machine, there are various opportunities. You can get some friends together. But I've done one sometimes. I got 2 friends, took money, and I paid them upfront, like they do treasury bills. And I used it to get the machine that I needed. When there's an endeavor, there are always challenges, I tell people. So if you think there won't be challenges, that's where you break up when those challenges come up. So difficulties that will arise selling here in Nigeria is, one, allowing people to buy on credit that so many people are doing may be a bit risky, but most times you can't go far in business if you don't offer credit facilities. We're able to do what the market demands. But what we do right now is that, one, we do not mass produce and keep. We produce to order. But of course, because we're still a micro business, I can still tell you from 500 kg, we are able to do that in 2 weeks. Purchase Diffie Food range of products and Booster Herbal Blend Teas range of products anywhere you are in the world. Use the TOEFL link that's on your screen right now. I'm proudly Nigerian. I'm an African.
Hi, everyone. My name is Adela Balogun. I work with Mo Baby Care. I am representing the founder of Mo Baby Care Nigeria, the person of Mariam Adebola Salami. Here at Mo Baby Care, we produce a variety of products from hair to skin for mother and child. We produce natural solutions that are safe and effective for all African children. Mo Baby Care came into existence because of the spread of fake baby products. We discovered that these fake products are harmful to the health of children and mothers, and that is the problem we are solving. Some of the challenges we face as a manufacturing company in Nigeria are inflation, double taxation, limitation to exportation, and logistics. In my opinion, I think a stable economy can solve the problem of inflation and double taxation. And for logistics, we need a working logistics system. Increase in cost of production, such as raw materials, bills, and logistics, has affected our pricing system with our customers. So far, so good. We have been able to produce a minimum of 30,000 units of more baby care products per month. You can order for more baby care products using the total link on your screen. We await your order. My name is Adiola Balogun. I am representing Mo Baby Care Nigeria. We are Nigerian and we are African.
My name is Chekwa Sokafo. I am the founder of Oncheck. Oncheck is a garment manufacturer here in Lagos. We manufacture plain t-shirts at this point, and our capacity is over 200,000 blank t-shirts, which is marketed, used for printing companies to customize for whatever they want. Our major market is Lagos, Onitsha, Aba, Abuja, Kano, across Nigeria. So I started this manufacturing company as almost like a pivot from my first business. So in 2016, I had an e-commerce company where we sold African luxury fashion. We were based in New York. And in 2018, I came back to Nigeria to manufacture a FIFA World Cup inspired jersey in collaboration with Nigerian designers. It was during that process that I learned about our local supply chain. I learned about the local cotton value chain. So I knew that things weren't working as they used to. So the cotton farmers are not farming enough cotton. The textile companies were closing down. And then there's a lot of young people with no job. So I wanted to create a product that could attempt to revive the textile industry. And that was 2018. So in 2019, I moved back to Nigeria to start this company. So we started with about 20 employees. Now we're like 200 employees, and we have the capacity for 200,000 t-shirts. And we're the most recognized t-shirt brand, a Nigerian t-shirt brand in Nigeria. So there are some challenges running the dealing in the textile space. And the fact that 100% of our value chain is in Nigeria means that everything we get is local, which is a good thing. But that also can be challenging because the textile industry is a shadow of itself from the 1980s. So at this point, we are we don't have a lot of supply of our raw material. Our raw materials are fabric, those are cotton fabrics to make our t-shirts. But at this time, we don't have enough supply to meet our demand. So that's what we're struggling with. Yeah, so in order to solve the problems for the textile industry, we have to solve the problems at each cotton value chain. So that's from cotton farming to cotton ginning to cotton spinning to fabric manufacturing and then garments. So every single part of this supply chain has to be solved. And I believe to get a quick and like a very big output, it has to be a collaboration between the public and private sector. So that's from the cotton farming, how can we have better yields for our farmers so they can make more money and attract more farmers to farm, right? For the ginneries, how are they supported? Because a lot of ginneries are out of business. How can they come back to business? And then we only have 2 spinning factories that are operational in Nigeria, one up north and one in Lagos. That's not enough if you want to grow a textile industry. So we have to revive some other spinning companies that shut down. And then the textile companies, these are the fabric manufacturers, a lot of them are actually shut down. So how can they come back? Right? How can they be revived? So that's another thing that has to be done there. And then the garment manufacturer, which is where we're playing a role, is how can that be solved? I mean, one big thing is we have to solve for efficiency. The entire industry has to solve for efficiency. So once we get the efficiency done, I believe that we can eventually solve every single part of that value chain and grow the industry. I do believe that.
Thank you so much.
Things are done the right way with the right policies, the right players. In 5 to 10 years,
let's begin to settle down
in Africa, and
we want to
we can start inching to
move to the next set of events, the next of activities right now. Let's settle down so that we can continue. Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Let's take our tea and come back to our table. Please take your tea and come back to your table. We need to continue from where we stop. We still have a lot of things pending now that we need to fix. We will proceed to the next presentation, second one for today. This is to be handled by none other than Dr. Fatima Bello. Dr. Fatima Bello, she is a consultant on NAC, which is National Action Committee on Afcfta. Let's welcome Dr. Fatima Bello. Thank you, ma'am. Maybe I will, okay, I will need to get you the, okay, let's, okay, this one, hold the microphone.
Oh, were they able to?
Yeah.
Implementation and then completely. Okay, one was sent to you yesterday, but I made some
adjustment
this morning. Yes, I understand around the and another one this morning. Okay, let me just use my slide. There just some few errors that I corrected that time. Or do you want to?
I will talk to them so that people like see it.
Yes, I understand what I'm saying. Would you like to have this?
Your laptop?
Now?
Your laptop? Well, you can send it to me now. Let me copy it. Or
in my mind. Think of His grace and imagine His life. Imagine His life and learn how to love Him. In Him, we believe His building right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I wanna live, wanna learn, wanna love You, Lord. So make me a believer. Wanna love You, wanna love You, wanna love. I wanna learn, wanna love You, Lord. Oh, yes, You never gave a spirit of fear. No spirit of fear. Lord, I want to love You. Loving and loving, oh Lord, is His way. May You stay. Ooh. Make You stay. Make You stay. Oh, You the way to persuade me over to Your side. Show me how deep is Your love. You got me to believe. Now
Welcome back from a very short break.
Love blows my mind.
Ladies and gentlemen, please let's settle down. Let's have one house. We now have Dr. Fatima Bello about to make our presentation. Please, let's concentrate and listen to her so that we can drop our questions after our session. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Distinguished guests, permit me to stand on the well-established protocol. Just a slight correction from what you have on your agenda. I am not a consultant on export market. My name is Fatima Bello, and I'm the coordinator for policies, regulations, and laws at the National Action Committee for implementation of the Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. So before we delve into our discussions, I would like to extend the apologies of my principal, the executive secretary, Mr. Olusegun Awolowo, who would have loved to be here to interact and engage with you and then interact as well. But unfortunately, he's unable to be here with us today due to some urgent assignment, the pressing assignment that needed his urgent attention. But however, he still sends his warm regards and he wishes us successful deliberations. So we're here to interact, and I can see that we have quite a number of participants, and from what happened in the earlier presentation, I am very encouraged that we have a motivated audience here. So it's just going to be a brief one. We're basically going to talk about the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Can you hear me from behind? Okay. And then we're also going to talk about the Guided Trade Initiative, the GTI. So it's just going to be, like I said, it's brief. So we're basically just going to give a contextual overview of the implementation of the agreement itself before we now talk about operationalizing the agreement, where we're going to look at some 2 priority areas of the National Action Committee. The first one has to do with facilitating, fast-tracking trade across the continent, which is the Guided Trade Initiative. And then the second priority there is domestication of the agreement itself in, within our national, within the confines of our domestic environment. So basically there are about 5 levels or stages of economic integration. So the first stage is free trade, is the establishment of a free trade area. Now it is in this area, that is where you see a lot of work going on to reduce or eliminate trade barriers to enable you to fast track trading across the continent. Then you also have the customs union, where you have similar trading policies across state parties. And then you have, when you reduce or eliminate some of the barriers, you also have similar trading rules. Then we also have the common market, where you again have similar policies across state parties, and having eliminated some of the barriers, having created some of the similar trading rules, you create a single market. Then after that, you also have the economic union, where you look at where you have single currency and the rest of them. Then more or less, okay, you could say the 5th one, having gone through all that, having all that in place, then you have like more or less a single political entity which speaks with one voice and then articulates the same position. Now, when it comes to the African Continental Free Trade Area, it is we across Africa are at the first level. We have established a free trade area, and that was done in was it 2018? So that's so it is the first level, and then that's where, remember, we spoke about reducing some of the barriers, and in some instances even eliminating some of them. Now, the essence, the objective behind this is to fast track intra-Africa trade and then increase Africa's share of the global trade. Now, the agreement itself, its protocols, as well as its annexes, impose some requirements which state parties are expected to comply with. And the overall idea behind that is to build a governance and implementation structure. So you do have an agreement that applies across the continent, and then it's basically meant to be implemented at national level. So you do have states having to comply with some of those requirements to enable them implement the entire agreement, the high-level agreement itself. So then it is within the context of the national of those the agreements imposing providing requirements and then expecting compliance by the at the national level that we are going to situate our discussion today. So it's going to look at 2 perspectives of implementation. That's the operationalization, where we spoke about, like I said earlier, where the GTI is situated, and then domestication. And now there are several operational instruments that enables that have been developed to ensure that we have a governance structure for the free trade area. You have some of them include like the digital payment system. You have some monitoring and evaluation procedure for certification and the rest. And then you also have the rules of origin. And don't forget that the rules of origin itself kind of creates an incentive to fast track or facilitate trade. The reason being that by complying with the rules of origin, a product gets preferential treatment within the market. So it gets, you get to trade your product across the African market, and then with less barriers, or with as little to no barriers as possible. Now, although the African trading officially commenced in January 2021, but although we do have that, although it has officially commenced, but no substantial trading occurred within member states from that period going forward. Now that made the state parties at the ministerial level to sit down and find a way. The reason being that there are some key critical structures and instruments that needed to be put in place to enable this trade to go on. For example, even after the January 6th, even after the January 2021 declaration, commencement of the trade, we still have some negotiations going on in terms of schedule of tariff concessions, for example. So those are the kind of things that needed ordinarily to have been concluded completely before trade could start. Now, the states sat down and then determined and then tried to look at kind of an interim solution. What it's the objective is to ensure that even while these processes are ongoing, even when the structures are being put in place, that trade should continue. It shouldn't prevent. It shouldn't be an obstacle. So they saw it as a problem, but then it shouldn't be an obstacle to prevent trading from taking place. So that was what led to the development of this innovative approach called the GTI. As I said, it was designed to stimulate and encourage trading. So officially, the GTI itself was launched in October 2022. And having it in place signified a turning point for trading under the Afcfta. And then it was like it introduced the phase one of the initiative. And under that at that stage, you had 7 countries traded under the initiative. You had countries like Ghana, Kenya, Rwanda, Tanzania, Mauritius, Egypt, and I can't remember another country. So they were the first set of countries that traded under the GTI. Now the second phase of the agreement is expected to be launched in 2022. But in terms of sorry, before I go there, it's the initiative is not replacing the normal trading. It's just an interim solution to ensure that our structures are in place. So it is a solution-based, they adopted a solution-based approach to test the legal, institutional, as well as the operating environment within which those instruments are meant to apply. So for example, if you have rules of origin, which is meant to be administered at the domestic levels, the GTI allows the African Continental Free Trade Secretariat to assess the effectiveness and the level of implementation, as well as the private sector's onboarding and acceptance of the processes laid down to achieve that. So it creates that kind of like a test mechanism for the instruments as well as the institutions established to drive free trade agreements. And so, like I said, those are the 7 countries participated. And then, like I said, for you, Nigeria, the second phase is about to come on board. And Nigeria is also actively preparing to participate in the second phase of the agreement. However, for you to participate in the guided trade initiative, there are certain requirements that that a state party has to comply with And for Nigeria, we were able to get, we got a checklist of 8 requirements. They basically have 8 requirements for us to comply with. And then we got that from Ghana. And I'm happy to report here now that out of those 8 items, Nigeria was able to comply with 7 of them. And then the one out of the processes is still, as we speak, is almost concluding. Work has gone, extensive work has been done, and then it's almost at the end. And that's the requirement for a state party to gazette its schedule of tariff concessions or provisional schedule of tariff concessions. So this basically is the checklist for the checklist of requirement for joining the GTI. Now, the first item that Nigeria had to comply with the first requirement is for you to even go on the GTI, you have to be a state party. So Nigeria signed the agreement around 2019, and then we ratified the agreement in December 2020. So that means we've already passed that hurdle. We're a state party. Now you also have to have a verified schedule of tariff concession. So in this regard, the ECOWAS has a provisional schedule of tariff concessions, which it has already transmitted. And being a member of the ECOWAS, we also have access to those. To that, we also have the coverage of that provisional schedule. And then the third critical element there is you must submit your specimen signatures and authorized stamps for the designated competent authority. Again, I'm happy to note here that we've done that. Nigeria has submitted its specimen signatures and authorized stamps, and it has also designated its competent authority, which is the Nigerian Customs. So like I said, having the provisional schedule of tariff concession in place, the outstanding we have there is that we need to gazette our schedule of tariff concessions. And like I mentioned here, work is currently being done to ensure that we have that in place, and we're ready to trade. And then the 5th requirement says we should establish an ad hoc coordinating committee. So the National Action Committee, which I represent here today, is the coordinating committee. We coordinate the implementation of the agreement. So we have that in place. And then, like I mentioned, the designation of a competent authority, which is the Nigerian Customs. And then an important element of it, which touches on, which directly impacts you, is the willingness of a state party to mobilize and connect businesses with other members of the GTI. So I think that's also very important. And that's something that we've been doing. So for example, as in May, we had a summit for a private sector summit in Abuja. And then we're also, and work is also ongoing to have another one here in Lagos. So once that is finalized, we'll let you know. We'll send out the details, and then we hope to see you there. And we also hope that you participate actively. And then you have also the notification of non-tariff measures, which again, Nigeria has complied with. So in terms of, again, let me still say a few things about the willingness to engage businesses. That is something that we've been doing on an ongoing basis. It's something we've been doing on a regular basis. And then it might also interest you to note that last week, a mission came in from the Afcfta Secretariat in Ghana to interact with our businesses, as well as to assess our level of preparedness. So we had a few engagements on last week, Thursday. They met with some of the implementing agencies. And then on Friday, we were at the Abuja Chamber of Commerce, where they interacted with businesses. So, and then I would also, I'm also pleased to report that quite a number of businesses have indicated interest in participating in the second phase of the GTI. As a matter of fact, there was also a company who's already fully on board, LaLux, who's fully on board and has been certified. So we have quite a few businesses that are ready and willing to participate in it. Now, when it comes to domestication, it is about aligning our domestic laws, policies, and regulations with our obligations under the African Continental Free Trade Area. So one key issue there is for us to domesticate the agreement. There are several ways and methods of doing that. So it is what Nigeria will determine how best it seeks to do that. But the bottom line is, once we get that done, the agreement applies within our domestic environment. So in addition to having to have an instrument that domesticates some elements of the main agreement itself, there are several other things that need to be in place. First of all, we need to assess our laws. We need to create a legal framework for the AFTA to operate within our instruments. So having that domesticated instrument and then reviewing our laws would help us create the kind of an enabling environment for you to be able to send your products out, for you to be able to ensure that that you comply with all the requirements even before you get your products to the export, to the point of export. So in that regard, we've done quite a bit of work in reviewing our legal instruments and identifying the changes that need to be done to ensure that it complies with our obligations to harmonize and align our domestic laws with the Continental Free Trade Area. So basically, that's just what I have to say for now, but I'm sure you'd be interested in how you can join the agreement. I know that's one of the questions that came up, and I know it's coming up here as well. So at the Secretariat, we do, at the moment, we do have, we've created like a guided trade initiative basket, where remember I mentioned that some businesses indicated interest in exporting their products. So we have like they come to us, and then we now get them onto, we now ensure that they become part of the process. We kind of work on getting all the necessary, coordinating all the necessary work and then information they need to do, that would help them get on the product. So for you now, in order to join us, there's first of all a form that you would need to fill, and then to get all the information you need, and then to get onto the process, you can reach out to Mr. Olusegun Olutayo, who is the lead for trade enablement at the AFTA, NAC AFTA, via his email, and he will be expecting to hear from you, and you will also indicate your interest there, and they will take it up from there to ensure that your products are, to ensure that you get the necessary information and understanding of the processes and all that you need to do to participate in the second phase of the GTI. So that's all I have for now. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Dr. Fatima. Please, you can take your, we'll take, I know we have questions for her. Yes, I know. I can see the hands are popping up. So what we want to do, we actually want to use one stone to kill two birds. So we will take the next presentation. So let's form questions, after the third presentation, then we have enough time to take all the questions. So pen down your questions for Dr. Fatima. We will take the next presentation, then pen down your questions too. We have enough time to take the 2 sessions, questions and answers. Next, to make presentation is Mrs. Uju Uzo Ojinaka. Yes, CEO Traders of Africa. Mrs. Uju Uzo Ojinaka, your time. Let's give her a round of applause. Mrs. Ujunwa Uzo Ojinaka. Let's clap for her again. I called it well. Thank you so much. Now, thank you. Thank you.
Can I have the pointer? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Better. My name is Uju Uzo Ojinaka. I am the founder and CEO of Traders of Africa, TOFA. So a few months ago, a friend of mine on one of the social media platforms sent me a message and said, Uju, is TOFA working with Afcfta? And I said, well, we'll be monitoring Afcfta. We feel that, I mean, the government will make all the policies, but I believe that it is us, the business owners, the SMEs and all of that, that will implement those things, those policies that they are making. So we are waiting and following up with them to see when they finish and it's practical, and then we can, meet up with them and see what we can do with them. And he says, no, his name is Iyasu. He says, no, Uju, I think you should have a conversation with them now. I think that there's a great synergy between what you're doing and what Afcfta wants to achieve. And in fact, he says, I'm going to set up the meeting anyway, just talk to them. And then a few days later, I got an email from him, and he had included everybody, the immediate past secretary, Mr. Francis Anatogo, and Mr. Omeza of LCCI. And we had exchanged a few messages on email, and we set up a Zoom meeting. And at that meeting, Mr. Francis started. He said, so Drew, thank you for coming on board. Let me tell you about Afcfta. And he says, we are trying to create visibility to Nigerian products and commodities online and make sure that people are able to trade and assist in aggregating the products so that, for people who don't have the capacity to trade in commercially viable quantities, will help them and make sure that they are able to trade. We also need to train people, give them all the resources they need in order to make sure that they are able to trade and facilitate their trade funding. I mean, if we're working with people, we find a way to maybe talk to Bank of Industry so that they'll be able to provide funding for certain sectors and all that and all that. He finished and he said, so Uju, that's Afcfta in a nutshell. So what does TOFA do? And I said, you just told me about TOFA. He said, what do I mean? And so let me tell you. So TOFA is a Pan-African hub for facilitating trade with and within Africa through technology. We have built the infrastructure for suppliers and buyers to meet through creating visibility. So we have built a Pan-African marketplace for products grown, produced, or manufactured in Africa only. We are strictly a point of convergence. We don't keep any stock. Call it the Alibaba for Africa. That's what we are building. Realizing also that a lot of our people still work on subsistence level. So most times when a buyer wants a large quantity of products, they will need to talk to a lot of suppliers before they can meet their order. So there is a need to aggregate those orders to be able to meet the orders that is required by those large orders, large suppliers. So we have the buyer's hub. And then offline as well, realizing that a lot of us are not online. A whole lot, over 98% of suppliers are still offline. So there's a need to move them from offline to online. So we have what we call the Source Pro unit through which we build and bridge trust. Through this also, we train, providing those resources that will make train easier, and holding people, creating impact through monitoring and mentoring them. Okay, and of course, we facilitate trade through TOFA Pay, where we ensure that suppliers get immediate value, immediate payment for all their supplies, so that their trade continue to be sustainable, and that it makes sense for them to continue to trade. So when I finished, I said, so what you want to do is what TOFA is doing. Little wonder why it didn't take us a long time to sign an agreement, and TOFA has become their execution arm. And this is one of the reasons why we are here today. So the essence of my talking today is for us to tell you how to trade on the marketplace. Now, I have been listening to all of the government officials, the NEPC, Afcfta, and a lot of them talking to us. The truth of the matter is that sometimes practicalizing these things might be a bit difficult, but you will not know how difficult it is until you start. So I think it's important for all of us to have a mindset of collaboration, because if we collaborate, then I will see the problems I'm going to encounter with the GTI that Afcfta is doing, and even with the ETLS, the ECOBA Trade Liberalization Scheme, the problems that comes with it, and then we can give feedback to them, so that when we give the feedback, they'll be able to put the policies better for us. Until we start, we don't know how deep it is. That is the truth. So I'm going to take a little time to run us through what the platform, how to register on the platform, how to sell on the platform, how to execute your orders on the platform. And then there's something new, different, that you'll be very happy with. Just go with me. So if you go to tradersofafrica.com, you will see, if you just go to tradersofafrica.com, if you have your phone with you and you want to go with me, that's fine. If you don't, I have my team out there. During any of the breaks, you can meet any one of them. They can quickly log you on. For those that have their products, we have a photo space there. My team will also help you take pictures and upload it on the platform with you, okay? For you, rather. So you can go to tradersofafrica.com and click on Marketplace, and then you come here. You select that you want to be a seller. Now, what we have done is that every seller is a buyer. And let me tell you, because this is the way that we have to build capabilities for ourselves. Maybe you are making bakery and your capacity is only 100 pieces in a day. And someone tells you, I want to buy 1,000. please, you can do 1,000. You only probably need 10 more people to do 100 with you, and you will meet 1,000. So it doesn't have to be only you. So let me digress a little bit. I was talking to someone from Financial Times yesterday, and he was saying, so who are those people doing the same thing that you're doing in Africa, or people who can do what you're doing? So I reeled out a few names, and he said, so those are your competition? I said, no, they are not. The truth of the matter is that all of us combined cannot do it. So anybody beside you now who is doing what you're doing is not your competition. All of us do not have enough. I was saying that flour mills alone, for those that are in agricultural commodities, flour mills, I was talking to the head of their agri chain last year, and the quantity of soya beans they need, we do not have to give them. All the big players do not have to give them. They may need to import to make up. So tell me, why I will compete with you? So see anybody around you who does what you do as someone you can collaborate with. I grew up in Onitsha. I was actually born beside Main Market. If you know Kano Street, it's beside Main Market. That's where I was born. And I know that if you go to the shop and you tell anybody that you want to buy handkerchief agents, and the person probably only have 10 dozen, and you want 100 dozen, he has it. He will collect your money because it's a perfect market. He will collect your money for 100 dozen, give you the 10 dozen and tell you let him go to his warehouse. He will go to everybody and collect 10 from all of them and make up the 100 and give you, and come back and share the money to everybody. Everybody, maybe the worst case, you give him extra 1 naira or something. Sometimes you don't, because he knows the market, because he knows that for him to sell his 10, he needs to be able to sell somebody else's 90. This is the world we are in. There is no need to compete. So if someone says, can you supply this? Please check those around you. And that's why information is important, okay? And this is the reason why at TOFA, every seller is a buyer. We have people who come in as just buyers, okay? And those are mostly people from outside of Nigeria and outside of Africa. But most African suppliers, once you're registered here, you're automatically a seller. And then you go fill in all the details, right? And then immediately you fill in, you click submit, sign up. It's not moving on, go on. Okay. So you fill all the informations and all of that, and you click submit. Okay. And immediately, no. Okay. So when you finish filling all the information, you receive an OTP. OTP, we are trying to verify your phone number. So an OTP will come to your phone. You will now put your OTP, and once that is verified, your account has been created. And then you get an email and a text message telling you, success, you have been created. So you go in and you log in. Once you're logged in, you're advised with a link to go and confirm your email. It is very important to emphasize the importance of emails, because if you do not have an email, your account won't be verified.
You won't be opened if you don't have a phone number. It won't be verified if you don't have an email. So I want to believe that we all have emails. If you do not have, we'll help you open one. Okay? Once your account is verified, then you can go in and upload your products. I want to emphasize something here. We have seen people who have capacity, and it's because we probably have gone to their warehouses and we have seen that they have capacity to produce, and they do have those products. But because they take these things, they have a lackadaisical attitude towards it, they don't take good pictures of their products. Pictures for confidence. So when someone sees a picture of cashew nuts from you, first of all, it appeals to them and they want to go to your store and look at it. So please, I'm not saying that you have to go break a bank, but take a clear picture so that someone sees what you're selling. And if there's something you think that is different that we have done, please enumerate it. And most importantly, include your prices. So you go, it's very user-friendly, the way we have built it. Our UI UX people have done amazing. Well done, guys. So you go, you create new product, and you can upload as many products as you want because of the partnership with Afcfta. Actually, we're supposed to limit it, but the Afcfta team, with the LCCI team that we are working with, have said that the people coming under them has that free one that they can put as many as they want. Please give them a round of applause. Because ordinarily, you're supposed to pay for you to be able to have access to upload more than 5 pictures. Okay, so you put as many products as you have and as many pictures of the products that you think will spur confidence there. And please, your prices, please put your price. It is very important that you go all the time to go and change your price if your prices have changed. What I see is that during season, when the price for cashew nuts, for instance, the raw cashew nut, for instance, is cheap, I'm still seeing very high price. You see, when people come to the platform and they want to buy and they see that your price is very high, they won't come, they won't talk to you. But if your price is competitive, you will see them coming and coming. Okay, I should just continue talking. Okay. So you go, upload your products, upload prices, and you're ready to sell. What has happened in TOFA is that we have about 500 unique buyers come to the platform week on week. That's what we have seen. On the platform enabled is also a chat capabilities. So a buyer could come and chat with you and negotiate with you. So the prices are your prices. We're not asking you to quote what you're not conversant with. And most importantly, please, it would be awesome if we know the way the product you're supplying is. By that, I don't want to use the word specification, because if I start talking specification, someone will say, have you gone to do some tests on them and all of that? If you have, please, it will be good because it makes the work easy. If you put the specification of the products that you have, you see, the buyers have the specifications that they would want. What they would want may not be what you have. But it's important that if you know what you have and you put it, that's a basis for conversation. Because someone can say, let me use cashew. Why do I like cashew? Good. Well, let me use cashew. Somebody can say, I want, maybe for the raw cashew, I want KOR of 50. But what you have is KOR of 48. please put that what you have is KOR of 48. The person can say, well, I have 50, and you're saying I have 48. And then you can come to an agreement. Maybe you reduce price a little bit for him to be able to take your 48. Why I say this is because I have seen a situation where we accept the buyer's specification and it's not what we have, but because we want to sell, we are saying, let's go ahead with that and you supply. That is what causes all of these rejections everybody has been talking about here. I have seen buyers who come and tell you that the maize they want is grade C. So if grade C, because they tell you it's not for human consumption, I want it for animal consumption. And my understanding of trade is between what we agree. If me and you say that this is what I will give you, that's what I will give you. So if I say that this is what I have, that's a feature that we also have on this platform is called GIS, goods in store. So if you already have the goods manufactured or goods produced, and this is what you have, just go there and put it, I have this. And somebody will come and tell you, there's no need telling somebody who says, I have KOR of 48 to make it 50. How? This is what he has, and this is what he wants to sell. So people will go buy it. Now, okay. So how to respond to an order? There are two ways to buy on the TOFA platform. One, there are people who come, they don't want to buy in very large volume, or they may want to buy in very large volume, but they want to first of all test. So they want samples. So they can come and you look at your price, maybe you're selling for like $5, and they say, I will take 2. And they will click buy now. So when it clicks buy now, it takes their order to cart, and then they check out. In checking out, they put their addresses and everything and click send. Okay, we have integrated and in partnership with Flutterwave. So Flutterwave gives you all that array of ways to sell. You can pay with your card, you can pay, transfer. There are different ways, about 5-7 ways to pay over there. Now, what we have also built there is that if you're in Nigeria, the prices may be quoted in dollar, but you will pay in Naira. Naira is our currency, okay? So you will pay in Naira. It will be converted. We also, my tech team, I'm not a tech person, but you know, having done this for 6 years, TOFA will be 6 on Friday next week. So I think I'm conversant a little bit. Thank you. You know, so we've integrated this and the price will come out for you to pay in Naira. So if you're in Nigeria, even though the price, and that is what it is also. If you're in Ghana and you see the prices in dollars, you will pay in cedis, and Flutterwave will help us convert. If you're trying to take your money in dollar, you get in dollar, or you get it back in Naira, okay? So once they make the payment, a message goes to you, okay? A message goes to you. So as a seller, if you go to your dashboard, once you have all your products, you have a dashboard. That dashboard is like your store, which has all the products that you have, all the messages that come to you. When people send you messages, they're all there. So your dashboard is somewhere that you must go to every day so that you can see what is happening in your store, okay? So in that dashboard, you will see that someone has made a payment for your product. For those using buy now, they don't want to talk too much. They like what you're selling. They like your price. They just bought, they paid. So you will see where it's saying somebody already paid for this product. And then you will click that you accept the order. It's very important. And we like that these things are done fastly, because if you don't accept the order, we will refund the money back to the buyer. But if you accept the order, we want you to quickly deliver on the order, okay? And once you send out the order for delivery, you go there and click, I have sent it out for delivery. And once it's delivered and you know that it's delivered, go there also and click delivered, all right? For every time you click, an email is sent to us and also to the buyer. So everybody, these things are done immediately, all right? And immediately he confirms, he also will have to confirm. He confirms I've received. That's all, payment is wired to you immediately. So if someone buys now and you deliver now, you get paid now. There is no too much talk, all right? And this is also what happens for the other type. So we have where there's a request for quotes. So a buyer can come and say, well, I have seen what you're selling, probably want to have a conversation with you, and converses with you there, and then says, okay, give me a quote for 1,000 pieces of this shoe, all right? And then you send the quote to him and everything is okay, he goes to pay. He can pay by transfer. That if he pays by transfer, he will upload his transfer thing and we confirm and let you know that we have confirmed. We cannot speak too much English. So we want to make sure that we have received the money before you go ahead to start selling. Okay, and then you go ahead and go to your dashboard, confirm, okay? Go to your dashboard, confirm that you're taking the order, do your delivery, confirm your delivery, and then you get your payment. That ends the transaction. However, there's something we are also asking people to do. If a buyer buys from you and you like the way he treats you, please make a review, do a review, review him and say, I like this guy. What it means is that next time he goes to somebody to buy, they will treat him well because they know he buys. We also keep counts to say this guy has bought things this number of times. Also, we enjoin buyers to also review the sellers. So if the seller was timely, if everything came the way they promised and all of that, that spurs confidence. Tomorrow, if I want to buy that item and I see that you have 5-star review, I will want to patronize you. And this becomes a way to make people want to have 5-star review. Okay, so we'll have to do the right thing so that we'll have 5-star review. So that is that on selling on the platform. If there is any more thing you want to know, my team will be there and we can onboard you and do all of that. But like I said, there is more.
Thank you.
Someone asked a question. No, it's not finished. Hold on. Someone asked a question a little while ago, and the person said, what of logistics? I am very excited to report that we at Traders of Africa have built what we call Quick Logistics Hub. It is an all-commerce hub. What we have done is that this Quick Logistics will have every delivery logistics company here. That's what we are committed to doing. So a lot of conversations is going on now with all the people you know, and the more people you do not know who handles logistics. What we want to achieve, it may be too early to say it today, is for us to be able to achieve door-to-door delivery. The thing here is all the Okadas, all the bikes, all the keke, all the lorries, cars, we're looking at Lagride, Taxify, Uber, all of them to come on the platform. The idea is if you're buying or you're using them, you'll be able to say, pick from here, deliver here. The people who will give that kind of service will all come out and you choose who you want. And it's interesting for you to know that this is not just happening in Nigeria, it's also happening across the West African country now through partnerships. So we're trying to build the logistics infrastructure in these countries so that it's easy to cross it. So if you know any logistics company and you are part of a logistics company, let us talk. Come on, we are onboarding. The platform will be opened on the day Dover turns 6, which is on September 1, next week. So this is my next step. I'm done. This is my last slide. So next step, please register as a supplier. Upload your products and your prices. Check your email and dashboard frequently. Sell your products. See, these phones we have is not only to chat or go to Instagram to check the next thing Bobrisky has done. So many things we can do. You can take the link to your store and put it on your status. When anybody clicks on it, it takes them directly to your store. LCCI and Afcfta have together done some marketing for some of the people that have come on board already. I'm sure they will play the videos for us shortly. We are saying that there's a push. TOFA on their own is marketing the platform, making sure that buyers come. You also need to market your store on Facebook, on Instagram, Threads, Twitter. Take your link and drop it here. People will go there and buy your products. That's one way for you to pull. We will push, you will pull. Remember, if I tell people to go to the platform, I'm not telling them where to go. I'm saying, come here, people are selling shoes. You are going to be the one saying, I sell shoe, come to my store. Okay, so ensure, very important, that what you say you are supplying is what you will supply, because that is what strengthens all of us. Remember, when 100 people do good things, nobody talks about it. But when one person, then they will say Nigerians are bad. But I know I'm a good person, and so are you. Okay, please timely execute your orders so that you get your money, and give reviews, and spread the good news of Afcfta. Remember, Afcfta is trying to build a market of 1.3 billion people. Be a part of it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Ujunwa. You really didn't want to leave my microphone. I surely understand that when you meet entrepreneurs who are so passionate about what they do, they want to say everything, every time. Thank you so much. I promise that we will have a very detailed time for question and answer. So I will give us numbers so that can guide me. And please, because of time, go straight to your question or to your comment. You have less than a minute for your question. So my name is Tim. My question is, that's how we do. So we have number 1. Please take your number. I saw that hand first. I saw this one, number 2. Number 3, our brother. Number 4, my sister in red jacket. Number 5. Number 6. It should have been number 1, really. Number 7. So we take those first set of 7, the first 7 questions. Then we'll, if you keep to time, that would be like 7 minutes. Then they will answer. Then we'll take the next set of questions. Number 1, yes. Number 1.
Thank you very much. My name is Virginia Aloze, and thank you, the TOFA lady. The question is, how does this correlate with the FX domiciliary account, that is FX proceeds from exports that you have to pass through the banks? Now that TOFA is saying that they collect the money and pay you, would it mean that if you are dealing through TOFA, you are no longer doing exports because export proceeds supposed to come through the banks? I need some clarification. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma. Yes. She has taken note of your question. Number 2, yes. Yes.
Thank you very much. We appreciate the organizer of this program. and all the presenters. They have done justice to the subject matter. I only want to get the address of this woman that presented on GTI, the Olusegun Olutayo, the email and the contact. Thank you very much.
All right, that will be given. Number 3. Okay, number 3, yes.
Thank you. The first presenter, Afcfta. I asked this question when the team came to Man House.
So let's ask the question
about
now.
Domestication of Afcfta in Nigeria. I told them that there's going to be change of governments, that they should work fast to meet this. They say they are doing all their best, but now we are in almost September. She mentioned it again now. Where are they in domesticating Afcfta?
Okay.
Because guided trade, fine, but we are going to legal business. When is domestication going to take place?
Thank you.
2, how are they selecting exporters to play in this guided trade?
Yes.
How?
Mode of selection.
What's the procedure, the criteria
taking?
They're applying.
Number 4. Okay.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Amina Busari. My question will build up on what the handsome gentleman asked.
Okay.
The GTI platform, how are small or startup companies going to be onboarded, and what are the obstacles that we should expect? Then for the TOFA lady, collaboration is key, is true. Does TOFA handle finished goods? And if that is the case, when the product is branded and the customer is coming for a branded product and that seller cannot meet up quantity, what kind of collaboration would that platform enable? Because if, for example, I have maybe Amina biscuits and there is Kudirat biscuits, but the person wants Amina biscuits, how do we join Amina and Kudirat biscuits together?
Okay.
Exactly.
That's fine. Question 5. I didn't give you the number, right? So I won't take your own. Number 5.
Okay, my name is Ebere Chukwuya.
The second set.
My name is Ebere. I'm a corporate and commercial lawyer at G Liars. So the question I wanted to ask is on domestication, which I just want to know the status. What is the status of domestication on the Afcfta 1? And the second one is, I'm aware that the federal government inaugurated a committee on Nigeria trade policy review last year. I want to know what is currently going on, what is happening with that, and where are we on it?
Thank you. Number 6, before I go to, okay, number 6, yes. Alaji, I will take you as number 1 on the second row. I want us to clear the first 7.
All right, yes. My name is Justin. My question is with respect to manufacturers that make products that are not sold off the shelf. It goes to TOFA. If I have an order to produce 1,000 pieces of an item that usually takes, I don't have them on the shelf, I have to take order and then produce. Does the platform have such arrangement, please?
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Let me take the last 7. The last one, bring it. Not you, sir. I didn't point to you. The 7th one is the representative of the controller of customs. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I thank you for the 2 wonderful presentations, and I'd like to ask from the NAC if the protocol, the Afcfta protocol talks about the procedures for goods and services. There's a lot of focus on goods, but I don't think we have enough focus on services. And I do believe that services are the low-hanging fruit for Afcfta because there's an abundance of services that are freely available across the continent. So I don't know, what is being done in that area, because it's a lot easier to authenticate services originating from the continent than it is to authenticate goods originating from them. So I think we should put a lot of attention on that right now. To the lady from TOFA, my question is, there are basically 9 protocols for the trading goods. Out of the 9, 5 of them are domesticated in customs operations. Which of these protocols that have a direct relation with what custom does have you integrated into your platform?
Thank you, sir. So what I would do is to allow 2 of us, I'm talking of a woman from TOFA, and to handle the questions. 7 of them. Let's just do 4. Okay, yeah, she has 3, you have 4. So I believe a minute each, you can deal with each of the questions.
Okay, thank you for the questions. So you saw that when I was talking, he was almost saying, stop. So it's not possible for me to say everything that happens on the TOFA platform here. Okay, this is the presentation that we make. So for FX domiciliation, part of the payment terms there is letters of credits or bills for collections or cash against documents. If that's what you agree, the way of doing it is taking a bit offline, because there has to be a banking part of it that comes in. And we do that, and we'll help you do it if you need our assistance. If it's something that you're conversant with doing, please go ahead, do it, collect your money or the way it's supposed to be, and that's fine. We do not go against any law of the land. Very important. Okay, I don't know if that answers the question. Okay, the second one is collaboration. CIS, very easy, very easy. China is very good in this. Prior to TOFA, I was working in my family business, and we were importing majorly from China. Trust me, we were buying light fittings. These light fittings, about 5 factories will work for you to get this recessed light that you're seeing. There's a factory whose work is just to do choke. You go, you buy your choke. So if somebody wants to buy Uju biscuits, and I do not have enough, and Amina has Amina biscuits, and it's the same thing, I can only take my packaging to Amina and say, please, I'm buying your biscuits, put it in my packaging, and I'm okay. She's fine. She saves. I remove the cost of the packaging. Very easy. If you have a problem, just on the chat bot there on TOFA, say, I have a problem on packaging, we'll help you. Okay? Ask your questions there, we'll solve it. Then the next one is products on order. Likewise, okay? So if you put your specification for those special products, if you put your specifications on them, and then you and your buyer agree, the buyer must know that these are the kind of products that are not on the shelf. They are off the shelf. They need to be manufactured. So those will be treated on a case-by-case basis. And we will help you if you need assistance. If you do it, because that's what Afcfta is promising. Remember I said, so we can help you in the facilitation. If eventually you probably need BOI to fund you and anything, we will help you, because we will say, yes, there's an order already for him. We'll confirm for you so that you'll be able to get what assistance you need or resources you need to be able to produce and then eventually sell them, okay? Oga Customs, none. We have not integrated with any governments yet. And now that we're having that conversation, I can come to your office tomorrow and we can look at how we can integrate some of these things. Even the NEPC guy, I have taken your phone number because I want to see how we can bring NEPC immediately on the platform to make it easy and make it seamless for trade. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. So the lady who requested for Mr. Olusegun's contact, I think they would put it back on after the presentation so you can take it, you can write it down. And then the gentleman here spoke about domestication and wants to know where we are. Well, basically, you said at the time you spoke about it, you said there's going to be a change in government, but that doesn't affect our obligation at the international level in any way. And it doesn't affect our obligation. We are still part of Afcfta, and we are still required to domesticate that. Now, domestication, there are different elements to domestication, like just what you heard from the gentleman from customs. There are some elements of the agreement that are being domesticated. The processes we're talking about, certification processes, all of them are a form of domestication because you are meeting the requirements for you to be able to trade in the market in question. Now, another element of domestication, which I spoke about regarding having an instrument. There are several steps that we've been working on that, and it's still a work in progress. You have this different elements. You first of all have to even do your research to understand what needs to be done. For example, you do have about 4 different approaches to domestication. Nigeria as a country has on several occasions adopted several modes of domestication. If you look at the instrument on the human and people's rights, the AU Charter on Human and People's Rights, it's one form of domestication. So we do have a lot of elements, and you are dealing with an agreement that have elements that are basically not. You have, if you look at the first 2 paragraph articles there, they speak about the general objectives and then the specific objectives. So you, first of all, there has to be agreement on what areas that we as a country want to do. So it's a process that has been ongoing, and it is still ongoing. And then before you now get to legislative advocacy, you get it, you draft even the instrument, and then you get it passed. So it is something that is going, that is happening. And even when you don't have a single instrument, it doesn't affect our obligation. We are still obligated. What we are trying to do is to make the areas that we want. It is about us making and getting the most out of the agreement. The fact that we are part of this agreement doesn't mean we should take everything. We should look at our own peculiarities and see what would benefit us. So that's what we're trying to do. And that's why we don't necessarily have to move. It's not about the speed, but how well and the quality of what we have. And then you also have another question on criteria for selecting businesses that would go on the guided trade initiative. Like I told you, we're just in the process of getting approved. We've made the part of the compliance. And that's why for now, we ask you, we say whoever wants to be on the initiative, on the phase 2 of the initiative, should indicate interest. That's why you have that a contact person you reach out to with all your questions, all your requirements. You get all the technical details that you need from this person. And then you now, you also have a process. There are some forms that you need to fill up, but once you get there, you know all the requirements. Again, depending on what you want to export, you get proper guidance on that. Please don't forget to get down the number, the email address. And then you have, there was a question on status of, we've answered that. And then there was a question on trade policy. I think about last month or so, Nigeria launched its trade and investment policies. So we have those instruments in place, and they are operational at the moment. Was it? How can one get access to them? Well, it's one by the Federal Ministry of Trade and Investment. I'm not sure if they do have the soft copies. It's online already, because at the time they were getting ready to have it. But you could share your contact with me. If I get my hands on it, I can also send it to you. So that's all for me.
Thank you so much. So I'll take the last 3. 1, 2. All right, 2 questions, then we'll be done with the questions. Oh, Aji, yes, making 3. Aji, sorry, forgive me. So we'll take the 3, 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
This is specific to food systems. Considering President Bola Ahmed Tinubu just declared a state emergency in food security, how Afcfta ready are we? That's the question. If we have state of emergency in a country.
If we answer you, I don't have an answer. Number two, somewhere here, someone was raising up here. Number two.
Yeah. Good afternoon. My name is Alfonso Sazoji. My question goes to the TOFA lady. In other B2B marketplace, there's a provision that after you become a free member, you can become a premium member. Is such a thing in your own platform?
Noted. Aji.
Well, mine is probably not a question, but there are issues which have come up during the presentation of TOFA. You did not mention regulatory authorities. How do we conform like NAFDAC? Because when you say you're going to operate like Alaba traders, you move from A to B to collect from you. Every product has a NAFDAC number if it is for food. So how can you mix product A to product B? Two, there is the issue, unfortunately, of he's not here. Our representative from SON, there are issues of standard. How do you integrate some of these things? Because if somebody is ordering, he has to comply with the SON. You have to comply with the NQS, all right, the quality, and then there's the NAFDAC. So you have to, can you address that one? The last one is for Hajia. What I want to hear from you, please listen to me very well. What we want to hear from her is how do they involve the Ministry of Science and Technology, all right, and the other person from, what do you call it, Export Promotion Council. You have been talking, but the main ministry that can make or unmake is not here. As the controller of customs said, we should be talking about the service sector. How do we bring in Ministry of Labor? We have a lot of youths that are talented. We have a lot of enterprises, entrepreneurs that can do things. How do we get these people on board? We have to get the ministry, the ministries, all the stakeholder ministries on board, not to wait until Nigeria is trying to take off, the plane is trying to take off, they shoot us down. They have done it before, all right, severally. So we want you people to address it, all the government stakeholders. And lastly, unfortunately, the lady is not around, who is doing shea butter. I would have asked her, there will be a question to attend to her, especially from you. But I will reserve it until she's around so that it will assist us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alaji. Thank you so much. Those three questions, please let's quickly address them. We can move into the next thing on the item.
Okay, from my side, I think someone asked about premium. There is premium, but like I said, we're in partnership with Afcfta, and Afcfta has said, Afcfta LCCI have said that for everybody coming under them, they should come in on, you're almost enjoying what premium people enjoy. All right, that's why you can upload as many pictures and products as possible. Ordinarily is only 5, but they have said no. It's part of the conversations we had when we had that meeting. Okay, if they had played some marketing, because for those that have signed up already, they actually also paid for marketing, and we've started for them. Okay, maybe they will play 1 or 2 of them. In fact, the T-shirts my team is wearing is someone there, one of the guys there that made all the T-shirts, and the quality is very good, and the price is actually cheaper than the markets. Okay, so it's very, very important. Yes, there's premium, you know. And then the next thing is standard. The truth of the matter is that what I am is a trader. Yes, I have learned to do what I do very well. and leave what others do to do very well. So for exports that we handle at TOFA, we have the right people who take care of it. We have the forwarding agents and all of that. We're actually registered with NEPC. Yes, Trades of Africa is registered. For people, we actually also do exports ourselves. Okay, so for people, for aggregation and all of that, we can do it under TOFA. TOFA has all the documentation that is needed. If NAFDAC regulates what you're exporting, we don't cut corners. I cannot speak English. So the people have to go and get NAFDAC registration. I'm working with you. And as we go, NAFDAC ladies, they'll take her number. If there's something we have to do to make it easy for people to get the certification they will require to be able to export. That's the essence of TOFA, making things easy for us to sell. Very important.
Thank you very much. So my question is regarding collaboration with MDAs. We do collaborate with the ministries and agencies. As a matter of fact, they are part of, we have like for at the Secretariat, we do have different working groups, and then you find all the MDAs being part of those groups. For example, NAFDAC is part of so our trade, they could even cut across several work streams. So at every given time, at every point in time, whatever agency, and then our primary role is also to coordinate the implementation of the agreement. So we coordinate both the MDAs as well as the private sector. So if there's anything that has to do with a particular agency, we reach out to them and then we work with them to ensure it happens. Now, when it comes to integrating or onboarding youth, at the moment, one unique thing about the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement is they have considered the unique contributions of women as well as those of youth. So as we speak, there's an ongoing negotiation on a protocol on women and youth, which would clearly take some of those peculiarities into consideration and ensure that their potentials are harnessed. And in the meantime, as long as you have a business, it doesn't matter if you're young, you shouldn't be at a disadvantage. You also have you also have access to the same requirements. I know that quite a lot of young people are in fintech. The financial services is one area that is active, and then technology. That they have access to the continental free trade market as well. All you need to do is to reach across, get all the necessary information, ensure that your product or your service complies with the rules as provided for in the agreement, and then you just you get onboarded and you roll with it. That's just what I have to say on that.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Thank you so much. I'm told we have one or two questions from the online audience. I'll read one out. Dr. Fatima, this one is specifically for you. Logistics is critical element without which business cannot compete effectively. A situation where it costs so much to get my product to Senegal by air costs so much. What is NAC going to do to cushion these effects? This is from Madame Bossun online. That's one. I think this one is for NAFDAC. The second question online, Nigeria is coming on board the guided trade soon. NAFDAC allows small businesses to register 5 products. Is this what the country will be competing with? Or we are only going to be depending on the big companies? That's the question. Nigeria is coming on board the guided trade soon. NAFDAC allows small businesses to register 5 products. Is this what the country will be? I think this is just an opinion, really. Is this what the country will be competing with? Or are we only going to be depending on the big companies? I think that's an opinion. I think the one that is a question is to Dr. Fatima. Maybe you need to speak into that. What is NAC going to do to cushion the effect of logistics and freight, which is critical to business effectiveness?
Thank you very much. That was one of the questions that came up last week on Friday when we had an engagement with the private sector. A question is the cost of logistics, cost of getting our products across to other continents. And the question was thrown to the Afcfta Secretariat, who now spoke about tariff levies. The question was, you have more or less multiple tariffs across the across some routes and all that. So they spoke about, they said in terms of working on tariff levies, that it's something that can be done from a policy perspective, and that's something they're handling. And I understand there are some projects that go on. Currently, there are projects ongoing on some certain business corridors. For example, you have the Abidjan corridor, which the question actually came up regarding the Abidjan corridor. You have the Lakaji corridor. So those are areas that at the moment work is being done to ensure that there's to ease logistics, the cost of logistics, to ensure that our products go out of the country and get to the various markets.
Thank you so much. The last question is from Yerima to you, the lady from TOFA. This one is so that you can have the floor to quickly clear it. Good day, I'm from Kano. Please, does TOFA pay charges a fee for transaction? I think he's saying, do you charge, or what is your fee? Or do you charge fee for transactions?
Yes, we do.
Yerima from Kano.
Okay, before I go to Yerima, see, let's be honest and true to ourselves. I want to talk about logistics. Until we democratize logistics, it will continue to be expensive. And that's part of what the Quick Logistics Hub wants to tackle. If we make it easy for products to move across Nigeria and make it easy for products to move across Benin, if you now want to move products from Nigeria to Benin, it's easy and it will be cheap. Right now, if it's a selected people who do the movements, it will continue to be expensive. Really and truly, there's nothing government will do except they want to start bringing in subsidies. But so long as it's a business that is handling that logistics will continue to be what it is, because it's a business decision. Okay, that's the truth. If we make it interesting for more people to come on the logistics space, then it will be cheap. Better than what we have now. Yes, on TOFA, like I said, there's basic, there's premium. Everybody here is automatically on premium because of what Afcfta has, the conversations that we've had. So the, what's it called? The transaction is about 3.5% or 3%. That's what you pay for transactions that go through the platform. Okay, that's all. But we help with the marketing and all of that. But if you also want extra, so there's search engine optimization. I'm sure the NAPC guys talked about it. You know, if you want that extra and all of that, it comes as a fee. But we will push people. That's why I talked about the pool that you have to do yourself. Okay, there's something you have to do. You can't just sit down at home and business will drop on your lap. We have to do a bit to be able to get the bulk of the thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Uju. Thank you so much. We will close this session. I believe we see if you have questions or interactions, you can meet them or meet their team at the end of the day to ask your questions. Just before we go to the next session, I would like to hand over the microphone to the Deputy President, Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, who has one or two comments to make before we proceed to the next thing. Thank you, Mr. President, sir.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, before we go to the panel session, we just want to emphasize that this workshop, along with a couple of things we are doing in the export space, is designed to provide a one-stop shop for exporters around the Lagos business community. As a member of the Chamber of Commerce, of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce, you have automatic access to these facilities. So all the regulatory agencies have said that you need to send contact us on this email. You need to send, you need to talk to, there's an email to talk to TOFA. This is how you get to the SON. We are turning that around. We are turning that around to say that if you need all this information, it is on a desk. There's an export desk in the Chamber of Commerce where you can get all of this. If you have zero knowledge on export and you are starting export, this is where you do it. We believe that all the regulatory agencies should use the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and similar organizations. We have about 70 chambers of commerce around the country. We have several branches of the Manufacturers Association. So rather than business people trying to get to customs, to CAC, to SON, and say, where's the address? There should be a desk where I can go in a business association like Lagos Chamber of Commerce, and all that information is there. And so we become channels for distribution and engagements for all the regulatory agencies. We believe that that's a very important support that we can give to the regulatory agencies and give to members of the business community. So if you are not yet a member of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and you are seriously trying to get into export, one of the things you want to do is either you get into the Lagos Chamber of Commerce or be active in NACI or any other organization that tells you that they have a channel of distribution of information and engagement with the various agencies. I think it's very important. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Like I said, we'll go to the next thing on the item, which is the panel discussion. But just before we do that, I'll need to take a group photograph that is very important because I know some of our leaders are racing for time. Mr. Deputy President, sir, please, let's move down to, yes, sir, so that we can, okay, they can stay up there. Okay, so I'm told you can stay up there. Dr. Fatima, please, let's join. Thank you. So you can, let's move forward a bit, sir. Just like a step, yes. How about that? Okay, Mr. Emmanuel. Is this here around, Mr. Emmanuel from NEPC? Please join us here, please. We are waiting for you, yes. Alaja Alimat from NAFDAC. Please, can you join us, please? Thank you. Mr. Emmanuel is not here. Okay. Alaja can be in the middle, Abi. Alaja, let's be in the yes. I think it's balanced. Are we good? Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. So, panel discussion quickly. Yeah, he can. For you, yes. 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 For the panel discussions, we have, of course, the topic, Nigerian preparedness for inter-Africa export trade. So we have 4 different organizations to do justice to this. Representing the Acting Controller General of Custom, Controller Timi Bomoji, already said, thank you so much. Let's clap. Please, let's be here. Let's have for Controller Timi Bomoji. Thank you so much. Also from SON, S-O-N, we have Engineer Felix Nyado from the, he's a director at SON. Yeah. Engineer Felix, please let's give a round of applause for Engineer Felix. We also have Alihaja Alimat Kadri from NAFDAC, representative of the DG NAFDAC. Let's clap for Alihaja Alimat. Thank you so much, man. Last but not the least, we have Mr. Francis Uko, MD Red Star Freight. Mr. Francis Uko. Let's give a round of applause for Mr. Francis. Thank you, sir. Representing the MD, of course. Thank you so much. All right. To coordinate this session, we have our Director of Research and Advocacy, Tony Moye.
Yeah. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your patience. I am standing before, can I sit there? Yeah, sure. Okay, thank you. Okay. Yeah, these, my questions are usually to, to, bring more light to the whole process, to engineer the process in a very positive light so that people can understand what they need to do at what time, at what place to facilitate their business. I will talk with first the gentleman from the Nigerian Customs.
Okay, thank you. I think it's very important that we clear certain myths out of the way first, especially with regards to what we intend to do under Afcfta. This information is relevant, and I think for those of you that are interested in trading under Afcfta, you should take particular notes. Afcfta, as it has been discussed, is a free trade agreement and a market for participating countries. Currently, we have about 55 of them. But there are very strict rules concerning what happens within that environment. And compliance to those rules are indeed very, very important. Without compliance, then you cannot guarantee the integrity of the market. And once you can't guarantee the integrity of the market, then you simply do not have a market. And that is why we need to look at the annexes that support operations around Afcfta, with particular reference to customs, because you are talking about trade across borders, and that comes under the purview of customs. And in this case, we have to look at certain criteria that are very significant that you need to fulfill before you can engage in this kind of trade. There are agreements on concessionary agreements on tariffs under Afcfta. We need to know what this is. You can't talk about the viability of a business without understanding what the tariff implications are, without looking at the total costs that you will undertake before you proceed in that era. We also have to look at the rules of origin. It has been mentioned in passing, but it is about the most significant aspect of trading under Afcfta. And what does rule of origin means? It means that if any good is going to be traded within the region, it has to originate. It has to have its origin from within the region. So there are about 3 ways to ascertain origin. So you talk about if something is wholly obtained, that is either it was farmed or fished or whatever, but it is wholly obtained from the region. The other rule is that it has undergone significant transformation. And you're looking at the threshold of about 60%. It means that it is possible to have, when you go into production, there are other elements that goes into making a particular product. Now, if 60% of these elements are obtained within the sub-region, then of course, that item can be considered as originating from the region and it can be traded. Then you have the cumulative principle. And this talks about defining origin as a result of obtaining different parts of the different constituents of a product that comes from within the sub-region. And if it meets a particular threshold too, that product can be considered to be originating from the region. You're talking about aggregating or using the same tariff classification. You're talking about trade facilitation and all these other things. They are very important. Now, if we can't have them at the very beginning, then it becomes very difficult, no matter what it is that you are trading in, to operate within the sub-region under the guidance or the principles of the Afcfta. The lady from TOFA talked about aggregating products from different persons, but the rules of origin is very specific. For you to ascertain origin of a good, it means that the authorizing party, which in the case of Nigeria is the Nigerian Customs Service, has to authenticate origin. It means that they have to go to your place of production, see that, you know, whatever it is that you use in bringing about this product comes from a particular factory. It is that process of authentication, of validating that product, that gives origin to your goods. And that alone is what guarantees that that good can be traded. Now, if you do for one person or a particular producer, it is not possible to go to producer B or producer C that has not also gone that have their own product validated through the same process and then bring it onto the platform to come and trade. It cannot work. So I think, you know, from what was presented, they should take particular note of that. It just won't work.
Yeah, thank you.
I would like to pause here and maybe, and sorry, that lastly, also, there are two thresholds for operating under the Afcfta. You have that threshold that is for small scale manufacturers or producers, and that is known as the minimis threshold. And I think the value component of that is anything whose value is below $5,000. It can be reevaluated. Then you have those that are the main contributors and they operate under a higher threshold. The validation process is the same, but the process of goods in transit is, you know, there's a little bit of variation. The requirements are, you know, sort of adjusted to accommodate the small guy, the guy at the bottom.
Yeah, thank you so much for such very elaborate response to that question. Mr. Bredster, could you please throw light to this question? I would like to, by and large, Bredster, you will agree with me that for efficient logistics is what will ensure fulfillment of trade transaction and connect businesses under the Afcfta. What are the current challenges of e-commerce in Africa, given your particular experience for the key export categories, and how is the industry positioning to address the gaps?
Thank you very much. My name is Francis. Once again, I represent Red Star Freight, and of course, Red Star Freight is a subsidiary of Red Star Express PLC, a wholly Nigerian company listed on Nigerian Stock Exchange. And of course, we have built capacity over the years and operated for over 30 years now. Well, you all agree with me, like we have all said here, that logistics is critical, to the success of Afcfta. Talking about e-commerce, well, we all know there are issues. We have a whole lot of issues. But what I would say, I would rather I dwell on the solutions that we have come up with over the years. And of course, to support, exporters. As a company, we build capacity. We build capacity to address some of these, some of the issues, of logistics or e-commerce logistics through creation of, solutions such as, cross-border logistics. And we also have created consolidated service, and also we have an express delivery service, which we have also created to address some of the issues, of deliveries. Again, there's this underlining, concept, that has reoccurred in this discussion, and that has to do with collaboration. What we encourage, exporters to do is to collaborate, and collaboration kind of, provide the needed volume or the needed numbers. Of course, leveraging on numbers to achieve the, competitive cost to be able to, deliver, your goods at a very competitive, pricing regime. And so we talking about some of the issues that we've had in terms of delivery, through partnerships and collaboration, with, airlines, with international airlines and local airlines, we are able to bridge the gap. We are able to bridge the gap of deliveries or timely deliveries, of the products of our exporters. We also have been able to, partner with international bodies, with global network like WCA and IFL. And WCA is World Cargo Alliance. And through these bodies, through this platform, we have access to professionals. We have access to expertise of over 180,000. And through this platform, we can reach, the African countries and all over and globally of over 220,000 countries. And so with this, as a logistics company also, we have spread over Nigeria through, we are spread, and we are present in over 36 states. We are able to also deliver to about 1,500 communities in Nigeria. And so we have also over the years developed, created e-commerce logistics platform. And with this, we try to bring together the exporters with the exporters to create volume, and be able to, support them to deliver their products across Africa. So with this, we have been able to address some of these issues. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'd like to reemphasize two keywords you use in answering the question. You did say something about collaboration, which is primarily a route to depressing cost, which is important in international trade because of competitive pricing, right? Yes, I hope this is noted by the audience. And my next questions will be directed to Mrs. Alimat Kadri. As representative of NAFDAC, you do understand that you can define and enforce applicable quality standards, this time more internationally. Quality in terms of qualitative infrastructure. How is NAFDAC working to increase regulatory transparency to eliminate as well as minimize non-tariff barriers to trade? Thank you.
Thank you so much for that question. Like you said, my name is Kadiri Halima, and I'm from Office of Trade and International Relations, which is a new office created by the Director General of NAFDAC. But before I answer that question, I bring everyone here a warm greeting of the Director General, Professor Mujisola Adeyeye, who is so passionate about trade. And you can now see from his passionate, she has created the Office of Trade. And the essence of that creation is to coordinate all aspects of trade as regards our mandate. Now, going by your question, as we all know, NAFDAC is mandated to regulate the importation, exportation, manufacture, distribution, and advertisement of what we call regulated products. And what are these regulated products that are regulated by NAFDAC? It ranges from food, drug, cosmetics, medical devices, chemical, detergents, and drink, including the packaged water that we all take. Now, if you look at the key word of these mandates, importation, exportation, distribution, manufacture, everything has to do with trade, because there is no way you import, there's no way you export, there's no way you manufacture that you will not have to do anything with trade. And that is why NAFDAC has been part of our trade initiative in Nigeria. We are member of Trade Facilitation Committee, a member of ECOWAS Trade Liberalization Scheme, and of course, the National Action Committee on Afcfta. Now, the issue of quality, I want everyone here to understand one thing that has to do with international trade. And remember, the Afcfta that we are talking about here is a game changer. It has been ratified, the agreement has been ratified to create what we call a single common market in the whole of Africa. The ETLS is just a trade within the 15 member states. And now, the Afcfta is across the 54 member states in Africa. As you can see, it's a very big market. And for us to tap into this market, we, as a potential exporter, when it comes to quality standard, we have a lot to do. I want to tell you that international market that we're talking about is very competitive in nature. And what does that mean? It's only welcome product of good and high quality. Meaning, if your product that you are exporting from Nigeria is not of good quality and is not of good, it doesn't have a safety, that means that product will not be able to compete preferably in the international market. Remember, all other products from other countries will come and meet at the same place. So that is where quality and safety that we're talking about comes in. You need to build quality. You need to ensure that before you think of exportation, your product actually met what we conform with quality standard. And how do you go about that? In NAFDAC, we have put a lot of measures in place that has to assist the potential exporter. The first one is what we call NAPAMS. NAPAMS is NAFDAC Automated Products Monitoring System. This platform enables you to register your products at the comfort of your home without any stress. You upload all the certificates, you make payments online, and at a point, that inspection needs to be done, that is when they will notify you and they will come for this inspection. Because the essence of it, because for us to register a product, to ascertain the quality and the safety of any product in NAFDAC, that means that product has to undergo 4 different stages. These stages has to do with documentation. Documentation is very, very important. The next one is the inspection, because we will come there, wherever you are producing, we will come there to carry out the inspection. And after this inspection, it goes for what we call laboratory evaluation. The laboratory evaluation, because NAFDAC is a science-based evidence organization, we don't make pronouncements without finding out what your product is all about. So after the laboratory evaluation, this gives us the authority to make pronouncements whether your product is satisfactory or unsatisfactory. But upon satisfactory of your product, that is when we issue what we call certification, and the whole of certification has to do with marketing authorization, which is the NAFDAC number that is issued to you. So those are the 4 different steps that your product have to pass through. And apart from, like I said, it has been made easy with the use of NAPAMs. I'm very sure a lot of us will be aware of what NAPAMs is all about. Once you register as an exporter, it will give you, upload your documents, the kind of category of product that you intend to export. And all this will be followed. By the time you follow all this, you get it done. So these are measures that NAFDAC has put in place to ensure that potential exporter actually conform with standard specification of wherever you are importing to. And I listened carefully during the presentation. It is important for exporter as well to have an idea of the specification of the importing country, especially when it's not under Afcfta. Probably you are exporting to Europe or whatever, because there are some countries that have stringent regulation. So based on that, it is important for you as an exporter to do some check and know where your product can fit in favorably. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Mrs. Kadri. I'd like to recall some of the 4 stages of product quality. You did mention documentation, inspection, laboratory evaluation, and of course, pronouncement. Pronouncement is at that stage where you say this product is of satisfactory or unsatisfactory standard, right? Yeah, thank you so much, Mrs. Kadri. I would like, my next concern will be to demand from Standard Organization of Nigeria. It has been said, sir, that the harmonization of standards across Africa is vital to the realization of trade and industrialization potential of the Afcfta. Now to Nigeria, the question proper. How is Nigeria faring in this regard? And what steps are being taken to secure mutual recognition agreements with our trading partners under the Afcfta to eliminate the risk of rejection at destination by national regulatory agencies? Thank you.
First, I send greetings from my Director General, Malam Salim Farouk. And secondly, there is one common thing that we want to know about trade. If you want to export or you want to trade, there are 3 critical items that are needed. The first one is your price. The second one is the quantity. And the third one is the quality. It is in the areas of quality that SOM plays a very key role. And one of the things that is required in quality is that every country is expected to have a quality infrastructure in place in their country in order to trade. And what therefore is this quality infrastructure? The first one, you must have standardization, whereby there is only one apex standards body in the country that decides the standard to be used in that country. And that is where some plays that role. Another role about quality infrastructure is the issue of conformity assessment. There must be infrastructure for testing. There must be infrastructure for inspection. There must be infrastructure for measurements or management system certification. Then the third infrastructure is metrology. You see, while you are doing your business, you can get cheated or you'll be cheating somebody. But there are laws guiding it, which is metrology. It is expected that if you measure 50 kg and say this is the quantity you are selling, that quantity should be 50 kg. And how do you get cheated? If you don't calibrate your measuring equipment in carrying out your weighing, if that your measuring equipment is not valid, you will have wrong results. You may have the result in which you are using excess material to call that 50 kg, or you are cheating the consumer by weighing about 45 kg and calling it 50 kg. In both sides, there are consequences. If you are the manufacturer or supplier and you supply excess quantity as a kg, you will be losing in your business profitability. But if you cheat the consumers, let me tell you, one thing that has happened in Nigeria is we have more lawyers than the system needs. And so the lawyers that are there today, they are all fighting for consumer rights. So if you cheat, mind you, there are people going to take you to court and the court will fine you heavily. The other aspect of quality infrastructure that is needed in this country is market surveillance. So therefore, SON has a role in these 5 aspects of quality infrastructure that is supposed to be in this country. But from your question, you dwell more on standardization. And so I will take on standardization. In the country, SON is not the maker of the standard. What we have is Nigerian industrial standard created by stakeholders. So for a standard to be made, the person that has most interest in that product must be member of that technical committee. You have members from the academia, you have members from the trading community, you have members from the universities, you have members from research institutions, and the consumer itself. These are the components of those who you see make any standard that is available to you. So the standard you have in Nigeria is called Nigeria Industrial Standard. But it is not Nigeria Industrial Standard you are going to use in trading in Afcfta. The standard you will be using in trading in Afcfta is African Regional Standardization Standard, which we call AROS standard. And so what has SON done to protect Nigerian businesses? The first thing we've done is that products of Nigerian origins that are traded in Africa or outside the country, we have ensured that we harmonize that standard with all parts of Africa. There is the standard in Gari that came out of the Nigeria Industrial Standard. There are other standards that we are working on. The most important thing is that we tried about 2 years ago to develop the standard on e-commerce. NIS 1127. That standard had an issue because one of the technical regulations organization said technical regulation must hit the market before standards hit. And that is laughable. All these issues we are talking about e-commerce here is in that standard. And so those from the commercial traders were involved in that standard. You can still raise up issues because SOA is just only the secretariat. You can raise the issue and that standard has to come to bear. Equally, SON has represented you people because there is another ISO TC on e-commerce, ISO TC 321. SON has enabled Nigeria to be a participating member in that ISO. So all the issues about information privacy, issue of your rights under trade, issue of how you get your cases resolved are all upcoming international standards that is coming. If we have gone with these e-commerce standards from Nigeria, we have made it the benchmark standard in which ASO will develop their standard. And so for now, yes, we are expected to develop standards that will cover e-commerce as per the protocol, but no nation in Africa has been able to bring out that. And everybody was looking to Nigeria because we started that process earlier to bring up that base standards so that it will be developed as the e-commerce standards for Africa. And so harmonization, we've taken some of our products in Nigeria to be harmonized in ASO. We are taking some of our products in Nigeria to be harmonized in ISO, so that the 165 countries of the world that belong to ISO, any products that you feel that you are seated here that is critical for trading in the nearest future, you bring that product and we'll make sure that product meets the international specifications that is required in the world. So on that note, we have harmonized most of the products in Nigeria that is traded across the African countries, and we are going to do more. And for your information, if you have an indigenous product, don't just package and put anything into any container and call it a product. For goodness sake, what SON is all about is if you have any indigenous products from innovation, bring your knowledge into SON. We will have discussion with you. We can do backbench research on that product with you to see whether it meets some basic requirements of international recognitions. And once that is done, we call a national technical committee to look at that your product. And once it is approved, it becomes a national standard based on which you who brought that information, you are the reference point. Because it is information you brought at the point of making that standard that is the reference point of the country. And so if you bring your information and we make the standard, you too, you will know that in standardization, the sky is just the starting point. You will start wanting to be ahead of others by doing research, innovating on that your product until you get it to the level in which there will be any other thing. But one thing I want to add further is that we were talking about you sending your goods to another country. Nigeria, through SON, is the only standards body that negotiates with the 167 countries of the world. And so we have their standards in our library. So if you want any standard on any product, please come to SON. We will provide you the standard in any of these countries that is ISO member. We will give you the country standard so that you will see exactly what that country wants. You check your product by testing and confirm that your product meets with the requirement of that country before you ship. Equally, we have services of this quality infrastructure we talk about. At Enugu, we have a 60 billion watt laboratory of National Meteorology Institute that is there. You can trace your secondary standards you are using for calibrations to that institute. That is where we have our primary reference standards in the country. In Son Ogba here, just near you here, we have a laboratory worth more than 60 billion again that can test any product and certify it for your exports. But the rule of the trick is that SOM will not get its service accredited for that testing unless there is business in that area. Because for your certificate to be accepted internationally, you must get accreditation for that particular service you want to do. And nobody will go into any service that there is no market.
Yeah,
so if you have a group of business that want to export, Son will go and get accreditation for that business and make sure that the certificate we issue on your product is internationally accepted. That way, nobody will stop your product from entering their country, because one certification is accepted all over the world using the same test method that we provide. So those are the services we can offer you, and we can assure you that Nigeria has been positioned to harmonize their standards, to equally put you or give you testing facilities that can accept your product all around the world. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Engineer Mgadu. Thank you so much. I call on the gentleman from the customs on the last question. I would, sir, you would agree with me that e-commerce is critical to enabling visibility and trade, particularly for small businesses. The de minimis rule sets a threshold on eligible transactions, which by reasons of frequency or value are not subject to the application of VAT, duties, or taxes. What is the status in Nigeria? And in your opinion, do the current levels support meaningful trade for SMEs? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. Indeed, as signatories to the Afcfta agreement, we are obligated to also adopt the de minimis rule. I talked about it earlier on. And so we have broadly two categories of trade. And the threshold is signified, as you said, either by value or by frequency of trade. And we know that at the lower end of the spectrum, we have individuals that trade in goods of lower value, and they do that, quite often. The National Action Committee and I guess also the Guided Trade Initiative will establish for us what that criteria of value is, because we've not yet agreed on what that threshold is. Is it $1,000? Is it $2,000? And how frequently can that? Because if you go to most of our borders, you find that there's informal trade that is constantly taking place, going out and coming into the country. And if you look at that, you evaluate it, you find that they are usually, of a much lower threshold, but the frequency is a lot. But it needs to be captured, not just for the monetary component, but for the fact that the data that you can generate from that can also be, you cannot overestimate the value of data. So yes, in the country, we are signatories to the agreement. The minimis rule will apply to us as well. And there are certainly benefits that are accruable to people who operate along that threshold. But as I said, the threshold needs to be spelled out. And I think that is what is going to be worked out by the Nigerian government, the the committee, and the Guided Trade Initiative. But as soon as that is sorted, then of course it will apply to Nigeria.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Bomodi. With his submission, I pull the curtain on this session. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I want to believe that session is very fruitful for all and for our businesses. I'm sure you may have one or two clarifications to make. You can then approach them thereafter to make those clarifications. Quick one, we want to talk about the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry and how you can be a member. Let me invite to the podium to do this for us quickly, Mrs. Abosede Okeyemi, Director, Membership Relations, Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Let's give her a round of applause as she comes up to tell us all you need to know about Lagos Chamber of Commerce and how you can benefit as a member.
Good afternoon. All protocols duly observed. Thank you very much. So I would go straight to give you a brief on the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry. The Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry is a leading private sector in Nigeria, and our private objective is to promote and protect the interests of its members and the business community at large. The Chamber was founded in 1888 as one of the earliest economic institutions in Nigeria. And we have contributed greatly to the development of trade and investment in Nigeria over the years. From inception, the Chamber has been promoting and protecting the interests of its members and business community at large through public policy advocacy, creation and facilitation of commercial and industrial opportunities, provision of business development services, and promotion of the observance of higher standard of business ethics. The Chamber currently draws its membership from different sectors of the economy, which are currently represented by 25 sectorial groups. I will just list a few of them. Some of them are the financial services group, the real estate group, the industrial group, the SME, the agro-allied sector, we have the mining sector, and a few of them. Some of the numerous services are provided by LCCI include public policy advocacy, business advisory, inward and outward trade mission, the loyalty scheme, trade documentation, and so much more. So why do you have to join the Chamber? The LCCI provides a creation of an enabling environment for your business through advocacy. The Chamber supports your business and gives them exposure to potential clients. The Chamber helps you to discover local and international opportunities. The Chamber also provides a golden badge of authenticity, professionalism, and reliability. The Chamber provides valuable connections and interaction. The Chamber's annual exhibition, which is our Lagos International Trade Fair, holding November from the 4th. So it is the biggest trade fair, which is hosted by LCCI. And the opportunities are there for you to connect to potential clients, investors, foreign investors, and B2Bs are available for you on that day. Then frequent trade missions are invaluable. So I'll be moving on to the processes and the procedures for membership. So if you want to join the Chamber, I believe that we have non-members here, we have prospective members here that are interested to join LCCI. It's a very straightforward requirement. You request for the membership form. I have some of my colleagues here. Adebimpe is here, Adebimpe Aminu. She will do the honor to share the membership forms across to you for you to fill the forms. You complete the form with a financial member endorsement. Very importantly, when you fill the form, you must be registered under the Corporate Communications, Corporate Affairs Commission Act, that's CAC. It's very important. We need your certificate of incorporation. You need to fill the membership form. And also there's a sectorial group form which is attached. So you have to identify 3 sectors that you might love to join in the chamber. And very importantly, you also have to have a sponsor. So the sponsor must be an existing member of the chamber. And there's always a verification exercise that also goes after you have submitted such forms. And very importantly, while you have filling it, your financial standing matters. So if you're a corporate organization, you'll be guided to know which of the classes of membership that you have to belong to. So an organization that has over 500 million in terms of annual profit, you must, for instance, for such organization, you fall under a category A, diamond. But if you're below 150 million naira in terms of your annual profits of 50 million naira, then you fall under the category B. But if your annual profit on a yearly basis is 12 million naira and below, you fall between category C membership. Okay, so the chamber undergoes verification exercises for all our members before induction. This is very important. So we do KYC, get to know your members, we go and visit your institution. It is very important that we take that process. Then we have a briefing session. The briefing session is the session whereby we engage our inductees. Just very importantly, to just give them an insight to what the chamber's offerings are, how to navigate around the sectors, who to contact at the point whereby you need support, and also for you to know the different sectorial groups, the different leaders in the chamber, and how to access the benefits, which is most importantly. Then the chamber is hosting the induction. Good enough, we have an induction coming up on Friday, just this Friday. So this is going to be a very big induction. You can actually come and just witness it and see how the induction plays out. I think this would be a very good opportunity for you to know the calibers of members and to know how the chamber operates. So we are inviting you to come and witness the chamber's induction. It is headed by our president, Dr. Asiwaju Michael Olawale Ko. And one more thing, the financial year of the chamber, it starts from the 1st of July to the 30th of June of the following year. So I employ all our prospective members. We have so many of them here. And I believe that when you join the chamber and you are added to your various sectorial groups, very importantly, we always speak on it that please be very active in your sector, because it is within the sector that you get the benefit. So we are looking forward to you joining the chamber. My name remains Abosede Okeyemi. I'm the Director of Membership. I'll be sitting right to your right corner. So if you need and you have questions, please kindly direct them to me. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause for Director Abosede Okeyemi Teniola. Thank you so much, Director, Membership Relation here at SCCI. Like she said, you're not joining the chamber is a disservice to your business or to your businesses, really. You're not joining the chamber today would be a disservice to your business enterprise. So you will do yourself good and your business by speaking with Bosse right now so that you can join the chamber and profit immensely from what the chamber offers. Just before we call it a close, we need to have a vote of thanks. Let me invite to the podium another young, vibrant director, Director Tony Moye, Director Research and Advocacy, Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, for a vote of thanks on behalf of the Director General. Let's give a round of applause to Tony.
Thank you, Sunday. How do I start this vote of thanks? I mean, when you are faced with the quality and quantity of the crowd like this, you kind of slightly get overwhelmed. I like to start by thanking our partners, NAFDAC, SON, Standard Organization of Nigeria, Red Star Express, and so many other companies and corporations to mention. Individually, I also like to thank those who make time out of their very tight schedule to be here with us. We are particularly grateful and thankful to you all for showing up. This also signposts that you all understood the importance of trade, not only to us as individuals, to our country, Nigeria, and of course to our continent. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming around. Stay blessed. Bye.
Thank you so much. With that, we come officially to an end of this event. But, you know, when we started, some of us were taking photos and paparazzi, and I stopped us. Now, I have released us. You can take as many photos as you want. If you want to take with our deputy president, you are free. If you want to take with me, you are also free. If you want to take your photos, go ahead and do and connect. Let's network and benefit from each other. God bless you.
It's coming the big shout, hallelujah. Every day, big days, we can do ya. Overseas, they want to me like suya. I know big dog, but it's new. Tired to please you, they dance like please you, easy you. On my wrist, they please you. They call me Mr. Money for no reason. I'm a piano. We could show. Now we can run down and any show, than any post, than any post, my flows, put them on their toes, on you, like them. My good shot, Santi Jamo, Colorado, passing the piano, the big vibe, they tell them no, steady, I'm a piano, the big vibe, they tell them no. Yeah.
Man and them is strong. I see no competition, and I mind my business. God is my witness. They don't see my vision. I'm all over their journey. One in them be up. Waiting and passing.